would be able to see your mouse moving around it.
How do I show all participants?
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the regular Town of Comox Council meeting for Wednesday, July 16th, 2025. We respectfully acknowledge that the land on which we gather is the unceded traditional territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of the land. We have no introduction or approval of late items, but we do have a change to the agenda if council accepts. So we're going to look at moving the OCP to the first item of new business so we can discuss the bigger picture. And we are adding one letter from the CBRD chair, Cole Hamilton, in regards to requesting safety and security resources from the province. Thank you for moving both of those. A seconder. Any questions or comments on moving the OCP to item A under new business and the addition of correspondence from the CBRD? Okay, all those in favor of the amended agenda, or sorry, amendments, thank you. And we'll now vote on the adoption of the agenda as amended for this evening.
Moved.
And seconded. All those in favor of the amended agenda. And that is approved. We do have a full house this evening, so I welcome council, senior leadership, and delegates and the public this evening. Just a couple of housekeeping items. There are washrooms and a safety exit over behind me if anyone needs to use that. We will have 3 delegations this evening, which will be approximately 10 minutes or less, with council having questions to the delegates after the delegations speak. We do ask that there is no applause or participation from the gallery so that we're able to continue with our meeting. And there is an opportunity at the very end of the meeting if there is any public questions. So thank you for that. And I will ask that we have the first delegation, who I believe will be online. We have Vanya Koshtik, pardon my pronunciation, for Cascadia Views, which is an intro report for a development proposal at 1946 and 1950 Comox Ave, RZ 24-4. So you'll have 10 minutes, Vanya, and then you may have questions from council around the table.
Perfect. I'll also share my screen.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'll quickly introduce all of us. There are 3 of us today. It's Vanya, Martin, and Chance. Vanya and I, we work closely with the planning department on our on the Cascadia Views project. And a quick reminder of our project: it's a project on Comox Avenue. It's a rather larger site. Main amenities are daycare park and Ivy Place Greenway. And the main characteristics from Comox Avenue is that we are, from the very beginning, when it was brought to our attention, that the town of Comox would like to see the townhouse feel along Comox Avenue. So that's what we are trying to incorporate into our design from the very beginning. So when you drive by, you would get the townhouse look.
This is kind of a view from Comox right here?
Correct.
Okay, yeah. Perfect. All right, and I want to thank the council members for taking the time to visit some of the key issues that we want to work through. So maybe go to the site plan, Vanya. And
I'm not controlling the screen.
Oh, okay,
could you
sure.
please go to the next slide?
And also thank you for thanks to planning department to organizing this council meeting and preparing.
Yeah. This. If you look at points 1 and 1 there's 2 there, one on Comox Avenue, one off Buena Vista. So what we're proposing here is to have 2 entrances for this development. The one on the Comox is a right in, right out. And based on traffic engineering studies, they think that'll work for the Comox. There's not going to be disruption. My understanding is that most of the businesses on Comox already have that access. And the other one is off Buena Vista, and that's going to be a full access.
Full access,
Okay.
correct. And we should note that both entrances are connected internally through the underground parkade. So if there is need to use one or the other, there is the flexibility, which might come very handy, for example, in the morning times, because as you know, we are proposing daycare and all the parents are dropping their kids in the morning. And if you could try to combine it with the residents getting off on Buena Vista all through one entrance, it might contribute to congestions, which are increasing the chance of potential accident. So
Like for us, it's more expensive to build two entrances versus one. But we really feel that we don't do the two, it'd be a really disservice to the development.
and the neighborhood.
Yeah, and the neighbors, it's gonna be less safe, you're gonna have more traffic congestion. So we feel like it's warranted for this. Brian, maybe you want to talk a bit about the park and the daycare?
Yes, of course. So number 2 is Cascadia Park on Buena Vista, and number 3 is daycare, which is very close to the park. The daycare also has secure outdoor space for the kids, and the landscape designer has designed it in a way that the outdoor space would feature natural elements like wood and logs. And because the park is so close to the daycare, the kids can also sprawl out and they can use the park as their.
The outdoor space for the kids it's gonna be really nice. It's gonna
It's
be,
also dog friendly.
it's dog friendly as
Dog-friendly.
well, okay.
Taking the advantage of the park as
Yeah.
well and the shade of the all the growth trees there.
Section 4 in the bottom there, number 4, you see the circle in green? That's called the Ivy Place Greenway. And what we're envisioning there is that's gonna be like a pedestrian, bike-friendly access point from Buena Vista to Comox. To allow residents to go from there to downtown. I think it's already used as that today,
Yeah,
right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
right? Kids are using Ivy Place to go to the schools.
Okay.
That's what.
And then you see here, there's lots of landscaping to the top and bottom. It's flanked by trees. There's a bike path there, and then there's the road there.
Mhm.
All right, so any other comments on that, Martin?
I think it summarizes pretty well from what we found out from the traffic engineer, speaking of the potential road connection of Buena Vista and Comox Avenue, is that she mentioned that there is no need for road connection of Comox Avenue and Buena Vista, and there will be no need in future.
Okay.
Yeah. One quick note is the pedestrian cycling lane can be used in emergencies by ambulance or cars
If needed.
If needed.
Okay, perfect. Okay, what's the next?
We go to next slide.
Can we go to the next one?
Okay, the topics we want some direction on today is number 1, the entrances. We're seeking support for having 2 entrances, one off Buena Vista and one off Comox Avenue. Comox Avenue is gonna be a right in, right out. Based on all the traffic engineering reports we've done, which we got many versions of it, they feel there's gonna be no issue with traffic there. And if anything, it's gonna be better for the neighborhood because it direct more traffic out of the neighborhood, right? The second thing we want to talk about is the Ivy Place Road. And there's 2 topics. There's the road dedication and the roundabout. So let's maybe go to that.
Can we scroll to the next?
Sure.
Can
Go
we
to next slide,
Next
please.
slide, please. Thank you.
Next one more.
Yeah.
Yes, so this is the Ivy Place Greenway design, just how we are envisioning the Ivy Place Greenway to look like in the future.
That's a picture there on the left side of the greenway, right? You see
Yes.
trees there, and then there's like a bike path.
And it's not asphalt, it will be a different pavement,
Yeah.
which gives you the illusion that pedestrians and bikers are safe, and can use the road for
And
themselves.
raised elevation raised in comparison with the regular road of Buena Vista.
Okay, so
Can we go to the next one?
next slide, please. Okay,
The first topic of Ivy Place, the sticking point is the road dedication. For this purpose, we separated the Ivy Place into 2 halves. The right one is where you could see where we are meeting the staff requirement of 5.8 meter road dedication based on flexible building setback. So the problematic part, potential problematic part, is the left part of Ivy Place. And as you can see, we are not providing the road dedication of 140 meters. Maybe zoom in on the next slide
If you
because
can go to the next one.
it zooms into this. Yes,
okay.
thank you.
So you see here with the blue section, that's what planning wants, and we're willing to provide that as road dedication. It's just a gray silver area that we want to keep that so that we don't have to push the buildings back on top of each other. Because if we did that, it's not going to be very, it won't work, won't work
And
with
it's
development.
it's not good to have buildings so close to each other because it also like you're looking into someone else's window.
It would eventually, it would have to eventually result in loss of units if
Ex-
we would be doing it this.
Exactly.
And I think one reason they want is that in case they have a road there in the future, right? I don't ever see a need for a road there, and based on the traffic engineers' reports, they don't ever see a need for a road there. But even if you needed a road there, I don't see how you're ever gonna assemble enough to get it done. It's gonna be a massive assembly of the, show where the house is right there. That's the existing house.
Can you go to previous slide, just for a second? Previous one. Yeah, thank you.
Thank
So you could see how much of the adjacent lot, the road dedication would take. So
It's roughly 50%.
almost 50%. So the, if any development should take place, it would require land assembly. And land assemblies are very challenging things to do.
Especially one of that size. I mean, it's very difficult to do. I don't know how many you've done of that size in Comox, but I suspect it's very close to.
And even if it does happen in the future.
Yeah.
It can have access
From Comox
Comox.
Avenue and Buena
Yeah.
Vista Avenue.
Right. Okay, next.
So we go to the next, the slide with the two 3Ds. Yes, this one. Just quick visual of what is there at the moment and what we are envisioning. 4-meter wide, very comfortable
The left picture.
pedestrian and
Yeah.
cycling connection. And you could see how close the existing house is to the pedestrian connection. So like there's no road will take place there without with this house.
Next one.
Sure. So the other thing with Ivy Place is a roundabout design. So the top one is what we're proposing. The bottom one is the staff requirements based on bylaws, right?
Based on
right?
bylaws,
Correct.
yeah.
I think they're restricted to what they can
Yes.
approve.
Mhm.
So the top one is a hammerhead design. It meets all the safety requirements. Fire trucks can get in there, ambulances can get in there.
You guys, just in the interest of time, because I know you have a lot to go over, staff is no longer requesting that design that's on the bottom, so you can probably
you.
just move on from
Oh,
this.
all right.
Sorry, okay.
Next.
And you
Next.
have 2 minutes remaining just for a time
Yeah.
check.
Okay, go to next one then.
I think this is the big one is that the custom zoning here, comprehensive zoning as opposed to custom cookie cutter zoning. This is a unique site. It's downtown. It's got a lot of slopes on it. It's a major site. It's a large site.
Mhm.
So I think if anything deserves custom zoning, it's this one. We
Close
can
to
maybe-
downtown.
Yeah, maybe you can talk
We
about
work
it.
with other municipalities and one of them is not very far from Comox, it's Courtney. We have flat rectangle site, very regular shapes, everything way more typical. And still we are doing custom zoning site because it's more work upfront. We understand that, more work for planning, more work for us. But at the end of the day, we are able this way achieve way better product, which is what the neighborhood deserves.
And it's a custom fit design for the neighborhood for the property.
Okay. Before we summarize, one thing I want to talk about is just sort of any NIMBY opposition. I mean, anytime we do something, there's always opposition because change is hard. I get it. It's human nature to resist change. It's not something that we've not encountered before, but we're open to feedback. We're open to positive feedback, suggestions for improvement, any sort of criticism in terms of how to make things better. But what we don't want to get into is negative attacks, personal slander, bad mouthing. I mean, it's not something that we want to work with. I mean, we take pride in what we do. And maybe you can talk, for example, Martin, like you came to your
Happy
attention.
to.
Yeah.
There was one specific example in this case, which where
You have
the
1 minute
opposition
for
is
time
trying
check.
to the opposition is trying to connect us with my previous employer, legal disputes which took place more than 5 years after I left the employer, and with those employers listed there, I worked together for less than 1 year, and I'm working here where I am at the moment since
Yeah.
2017.
So to summarize, we're
It
looking for
speaks for itself.
Yeah. To summarize, looking for 2 entrances on Comox, Buena Vista. We want the Ivy Place Greenaway with the road dedication, as discussed. Hammerhead turnaround, comprehensive zoning, and the height variance, which the staff is recommending based on the variance of height grading on the site.
Based on the topography of the site.
Yeah, topography of the
Significant
site.
grade change.
Yeah.
And the amenities that we.
And the amenities part.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think that's it, and that's our summary. If there's any questions, we're happy to address them.
Okay, thank you. We will move on to questions. And before I look to council, I just want to check with staff quickly. Tonight on the actual staff recommendation, it is the Ivy Place Greenway that we're looking at and also the entrance. Are those the two items currently in the staff report? So the other comprehensive development would have to be added in as.
And the height variance was there as well?
Yeah,
Sorry,
just
what?
directing a question over to CAO Wall.
So if we'll get into the discussion a little bit more when the staff report comes up, but if council provides us direction to reduce the road dedication required and not require Ivy, we're getting into comprehensive development zone at that point anyway. So to specifically address that, I think is not needed at this time.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that for council. Questions from around the table, Councillor Hazlitt.
Thanks for the presentation. I think the right in, right out is a really good way to go. Traffic does continue to get congested as you start moving into the downtown core. If you were going towards the Comox Mall from the top of Comox Hill. So I think that's a good way to, keep things moving along. In the event that you were to get your right in, right out, and you could get, the Ivy Road dedication, everything that you're asking for, what in reality would your timeline look like before you would be able to build something? I'd like to see with these changes coming along. I just think we are trying to solve a bit of a housing problem here today and in the near future. And I just don't want to see this sit for years and years and years and show up again 10, 15 years later.
Happy to respond to the timeline of the process. So once we start the building permit drawings process, we could get like the quickest we did of project similar size.
More conservative.
It's like 4 or 5 months. Like we were able to do one project for 3 months from the start of building permit drawing process until the submission. And then there is, of course, the review time process and construction time. Project of this scale would be around 2 years from the start of construction until the completion, maybe a couple of months over.
Given there's a successful collaboration with
I'm talking only about what we can control. We control how long it takes to get the building permit done, get the building permit done, building permit drawings to get them done, and how long it takes to build it. How long it takes to get the building permit approved, reviewed, that is out of our control.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, other questions from council or online from Councillor Kerr? Okay, that looks like we have all of our questions answered. So we will be working on that intro development proposal a little later this evening. So thank you for the presentation. Just a reminder to the gallery. No, you may not. No, you may not. No. Our next delegation is Yvette Crane from Save Comox Urban Forest, OCP and Tree Bylaws. The questions are at the very end of the meeting by our policy bylaw. So welcome to Yvette. You will have up to 10 minutes and then we may have questions after. Can you just press till it goes red? Perfect. Thanks,
Thank
Yvette.
you. Hello, Mayor Minions and councillors. My name is Yvette Crane and I live here in Comox. I'm with Save Comox's Urban Forests, which, just like it sounds, advocates for policies and initiatives that preserve Comox's urban forests and tree canopy. Our group and others have appeared before you in the past on similar important topics, such as the need for a strong tree bylaw. When my husband and I moved to Comox Valley,
Yvette,
yes,
do you have a presentation or is it just verbal?
just verbal.
Okay, then we're looking for something that doesn't
Yeah,
exist. Sorry.
No pictures, sorry.
Keep
just me.
going.
No props. When my husband and I moved to the Comox Valley, part of what brought us back to Vancouver Island was the natural beauty of this place and Comox neighborhoods with plentiful big trees. But in just the 3 short years I have lived in Comox, 2 large areas along the Pritchard corridor and in the Hector Aspen area have been clear-cut. Our group is far from being alone in our deep concern at the rate of our urban trees and forests are disappearing. Any community consultation has always shown the strong support that exists for our Comox trees. And we know this is something all of you share. We all love our town, and it is the natural beauty of the trees, forests, and parks that make it special. Our group, along with many other Comox citizens, participated in the official community plan process. We especially appreciated the informative poster boards shared for viewing at the June 24th OCP open house. There was a lot of information to take in for the, I believe, hundreds of residents who attended. As there is evidently so much interest in and some anxiety about some of the proposed changes, one of our asks of council is that a facilitated presentation on the OCP be offered and better promoted at this point, at the draft stage. We had expected more opportunity for citizen consultation and collaboration along the way with a greater promotion of the open house itself, and we feel this was lacking. An opportunity for roundtable discussion or question and answer would help to educate all of us in Comox in a more collaborative way. This would be most beneficial for such an important initiative on the future of our town. Our group's specific concern that we are bringing here tonight is that as we proceeded through the information boards at the open house, we saw no mention of the natural landscape within the OCP. The proposed land use map and zoning amendments seem to be being brought forward with no consideration of the trees that are at risk from intensive development. Where's the mention of our urban forest management plan, tree bylaw, and the essential importance of the tree canopy? With a huge percentage of Comox's trees located on private property, how will this critical piece of our urban forest be protected under the OCP land use plan and zoning bylaw? We agree with density as a principle and with growing up rather than out into the surrounding green spaces. Some of the issues that concern us and suggestions we have include focusing on infill, which I know we're already looking at, developing deep and large lots, but retaining tree cover. One good example we notice is the townhouse development on Anderton by Cameron Construction, where the developer has worked hard and at some expense to save numerous old trees on the property. It can be done. This is the key time to ensure we have sufficient and innovative protection in place for our urban forests and trees. Specifically, we know we have an urban forest management strategy and attendant tree bylaw coming in the fall. Our request is that council commit to passing a robust UFMS and tree protection bylaw and use those tools to ensure a maximum number of trees, canopy, and urban forest is maintained. This is not simply a matter of aesthetics, personal values, or even property values, though property values do rise with increased tree cover. A recent article in the Times Colonist brought forward the critical importance of trees in cooling our urban areas, something we're thinking about a lot these last few days. Council has had this type of information presented to them previously. For example, during extreme heat, tree-shaded areas can be up to 20 degrees cooler than exposed pavement. If we are interested in protecting Comox residents from another event, such as the 2021 Heat Dome, an extreme heat event, we must prioritize shade, green space, and urban cooling alongside density. 40% tree canopy is considered protective. Comox's total was 26% in 2023. And 18 hectares or 1% was lost between 2019 and 2023. We need to reverse this rate, not increase it. We are all stewards of this land. Our municipal trees, public and private, are a valued community resource, adding not only to personal health and mitigating climate change, but also making Comox a desirable place to live. And it is on our watch that these trees will be maintained or not. We understand that not all of these factors are in your direct control, but we look to you to show leadership and push beyond the requirements to what is essential. And thank you. And we stand ready to support you, assisting council in its work to protect Comox's landscape and environment. To reiterate, our request of council tonight is twofold. Number one, that council explain how the urban forest management strategy and tree bylaw will be incorporated into the OCP. And number two, that council hold another OCP public presentation with roundtable consultation. In conclusion, it is not a question of choosing between urban density and green space. We can have both. As the Times Colonist article goes on to say, trees are not luxuries, they are life-saving infrastructure. Trees cool cities, reduce heat-related illness, improve mental health, and save lives. Protecting and expanding the urban canopy is effective, equitable, and affordable. Let's promote our urban trees as an essential resource for the entire community. Thank you.
Thanks, Yvette. And we'll look to see if there are any questions around the council table or online. No? Okay, well, thank you for the very
Thank
clear
you.
presentation and the asks there. They were very clear to understand. So thanks
Thanks
for
very much.
presenting that.
Okay.
We are moving on to our final delegation. We have Rosemary Abram, expose part 1, and you will have 10 minutes, Rosemary. I just have to click the button until it gets red there.
Thank you very much. How's that? Good. I really appreciate having this lovely opportunity. I'm grateful that council and staff will review the legal implications of any development proposals that do come forward. The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. And if, for example, I lived in Vancouver and I bought a $2.5 million rental property over here in Comox with, say, 20 tenants living there, I would choose to hire a hands-on property management company, right? If I had a development plan for the property, I would take extra care to manage the welfare of my tenants, wisely anticipating the years it would take to have my development plan vetted and come to pass. Would it be appropriate for me to disregard community consultation? Would you be pleased if my plan was to strip all the trees from the property before I began to build, covering the lot with buildings, as you heard, right up next to and on top of each other, which is an awkward thing? Would that give you pleasure? I don't imagine it would. I don't think you want the neighborhoods to permanently change in quality of life or the charm of Comox to be degraded. So let's start with some really obvious issues. Image 1, 1B, 1C. And out of respect for privacy laws, I've taken care not to photograph tenants, suites, or property. What would you think of me if I didn't follow basic municipal rezoning requirements? Image 2, if I didn't comply with BC Hydro, if I had tenants living in suites clad with asbestos, if I left wet, unpainted wood to rot, if I had 4 suites tenanted that had leaky roofs and I covered them with tarps for 4 years, going on 5, if I avoided spending the $2,000 to have a roofer get that small job done so that there was no longer a leak in the roof. Because here's the math. The question is spending $250 on a suite this year too much for any landlord? $250. Throughout the whole year, the landlord has an obligation to improve something that's not working. Is $250 too much? Is it too much to pay for human dignity? Because that's all it would cost to have those leaky roofs repaired. Please, What we need is for you to view development properties in person and make evidence-based decisions on whether quality of life is worsening for the tenants and is quality of life worsening for the entire neighborhood. This plan to remove trees, remove public views of the ocean, congest with 300 vehicle traffic, and supply hundreds of doors inside structural blocks, doors. Does this in any way improve quality of life? I think there are RCMP statistics that would suggest probably not. Next image is an example showing how Comox could look. Next. Next. There's your asbestos. Yeah, we could look like this. Shall we go to the next 3 pages? The Ministry of Justice states that an open and transparent judicial process preserves public confidence. I think that's a good goal. It balances the right of an individual's privacy, a company's privacy, with the right of the public to a transparent justice system on the public record. So there's no FOIPP concerns, no privacy matters here, is a list of lawsuits. A number of those lawsuits took place in a smaller community, much like Comox. And in our next section, you have in your folders or on the screen, the classic business structure is that one company hires the work to be done through a secondary firm. And pages 11 through 18 show litigation with a second firm. The litigation includes banks, credit unions, and litigation with the province of BC. Page 18B gives you the overall total of litigation from that firm. 103 cases of litigation. That's up to you to consider whether that's high for one firm or not. The documents in front of you are the tip of the undersurface iceberg. So what I see is that past behavior predicts exactly what the town is facing now. We needn't be swept up in the thrill of hobnobbing with outside developers. There are plenty of truly decent, wealthy, interesting people, including builders and developers who live in this town. They made what they believed were wise investments in QOL, quality of life. That's why they're here. If they were only investing for ROI, return on investment, they would have cashed in and left. They didn't. Let's keep some perspective on dollars and cents. So pick any one typical mainland developer and imagine them purchasing land here in Comox. They have less skin in the game than any group of 6 people in this room. As trusted guardians of this town, you have the power unless you trade it away willingly. Why would you do that? And like it or not, you represent 100% of the population here, including the 86% who earnestly express concern about the steps their town is taking right now. The town we chose to invest in. As councillors, you have an obligation to your investors. Every homeowner. It's not by some provincial mandate that we're here, rather all the personal financing for each home we buy through our helpful realtors. Conservatively, the financing represents $1.2 billion invested through financing by homeowners. That's our investment in Comox Charm. Let's not artificially inflate our investment's value while degrading our quality of life. We are one another's neighbors. Let's agree to protect our investments, protect the town that we cherish, the town that has charm. And I appreciate the time speaking with you today. And if you have specific questions, I'd be happy to answer other ones individually as well, because I'm good at finding data. But I don't really want to speak off the cuff because the issues are serious and I wouldn't want to say anything too inappropriate.
Thank you, Rosemary. We'll just
Thank
look
you.
around to see if there are any questions for Rosemary. Okay, thank you very much. I'll get someone to turn that mic off, Councillor Blacklock, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on to page 12, adoption of the regular council meeting minutes for June 4th. Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on the June 4th meeting? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. On page 19, we have the special council meeting minutes for June 27th, 2025 for adoption.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on the special council meeting minutes? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. We have the strategic planning committee meeting minutes from June 11th to be received.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on the strategic planning meeting minutes from June 11th? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Under committee recommendations, we have the 3 recommendations for UBCM meeting requests. We will pass one at a time. So number 1, that the town of Comox request a UBCM minister meeting to support the town's goal of acquiring 900, 910 and or 920 Pritchard for recreational purposes.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions on number 1? Councillor Blacklock.
Just to clarify, 910, 920, 930 Pritchard is the property 15 acres in size, potentially designated or at least interested in housing a pickleball facility. Is that correct?
That could possibly be one of the uses. And I think it's 900, 910 and 920, but I'm not sure if the total acreage is 15. So
Is
I'm
it
not sure.
15 or 12? Okay. Well, we'll ask them. I'm in.
That can be looked up after, but it's in the 10 to 15 acre range for the 3. Any questions or comments? Councillor Swift.
At what point would we do some kind of environmental assessment?
Over to CAO Wall.
We have, first we need to find out if the province is even interested in entertaining this conversation. So if they are willing to start to explore whether or not, allowing the town to use this land for recreation purposes, then we'd start to get into that investigation. We've reached out to I've reached out to the province twice since this conversation has happened, and they still haven't got back to me, even recognizing the application and inquiry yet. So we're still a ways away.
Very initial. Any other questions or comments before that goes to a UBCM meeting request? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Number 2, that the town of Comox request a UBCM minister meeting to support the town's federal active transportation grant application and seek provincial support for the desired sidewalk along the north side of Guthrie on Mody's section of the road.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on that? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. And the 3rd is that the town of Comox request a UBCM minister meeting to discuss housing related infrastructure funding.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on the 3rd meeting request? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously, and that is the UBCM meeting requests. Number 2, the Parks and Trails Master Plan strategic priorities, that the strategic plan be amended to include the following projects: A, community center outdoor village park concept; B, marina park concept; C, Lancaster Park concept; D, new park washrooms; E, beach access improvements; and F, dog park pilot project. If there's someone who wants to move the group from strategic planning, or if there's any items to be pulled out, you can make a motion. The group has been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on A to F? Counselor Blacklock and then Counselor Haslett.
I just want to make sure through questions that the community center outdoor village park concept will include, or hopefully include, some sort of bike park or bike skills park. Pump track.
Go over to staff for that concept. We did discuss that.
Maybe I can lean back on you, Ted. Do you have an answer? Do we have the suggested location for the pump track, and was it the community center field?
I believe that is the priority recommendation from staff pending an investigation on the geofield and the impacts thereof.
So Counselor Blacklock's question of would it be included in the community center outdoor village park plan may depend on what comes back from environmental. Okay, I think that answers that question. Thank you. Counselor Haslett.
And this is just for my clarification on this. We're pushing these through strategic priorities, but if any of these were to get pulled out, we would have a discussion at the time. This doesn't mean that this list is going fully ahead or anything, does it?
That's correct. So the strategic plan informs staff's budgeting priorities. So we will bring forward a budget that hopefully reflects the items within the strategic plan, but you still need to approve that budget before we can move forward.
Yep.
Unfunded strategic priorities. Any other questions from council on A through F on adding those to the plan? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. We are now on consent agenda on page 22. We have items 1 through 17. And if I can get a motion to receive as a group.
Receipt.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of receipt? Opposed? And that is received unanimously. And are there any items that councillors would like to pull out? We will get a seconder before we discuss. Councillor Grant.
I'd like to pull out number 5, which is Strathcona Crescent, reopening of Strathcona Crescent.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
So we're ready to go. Yeah, so at the RD yesterday, this came up and they are going to reopen Strathcona. It's going to take about a month, and they've had to order some of those speed bumps that you've seen. They're sort of I don't know what they are, plastic or whatever they are, speed bumps that are going to go in there. So that'll take about a month, and then they'll reopen that. And it's going to be really slow traffic through there, but they are going to reopen. So there you go.
Thanks for that update. I wasn't aware of that. Other items to be pulled out or on the same topic, Councillor Blacklock?
I'd like to remove item 2.
Okay, so that's the update on Shake Sides.
Yeah, so I mean, this letter, and I applaud Craig Freeman and the Merville Community Association for making this last ditch attempt to save the Shake Sides house. I ran for election as a councillor to put this issue to bed once and for all. We are moving well down the path as ordered by the ministry to proceed with a waterfront platform. A platform that will include a viewing area for the public, as well as information and storyboards honoring the First Nations heritage of the area, as well as Mac Lang's legacy himself. And I am quite through with negotiating to move the property to Merville when we don't have the funds to do that, nor do I see a way that this can be done in any sort of expedient timeline. It's time to let Shake Sides go. And I apologize to Mr. Freeman that he came to us at such this late hour, but it really is time to put this issue to bed and proceed with the plan of proceeding with the waterfront walkway. Thanks.
viewing platform. Are there any other comments on number 2 before we look for other items? Okay, I believe we have Counselor Hazlitt and then Counselor Swift.
Council Swift can go on the Sheriff Fund. Over here.
Okay, we'll go to Counselor Swift and then I apologize, Counselor Kerr online. I just saw you there. Counselor Swift, and you'll just need a seconder.
Number 11.
Second.
Okay, and that's on the Comox Community Center HVAC.
Yes, the HVAC issues. I know we've had a couple of letters complaining about the conditions there with air conditioning, and I'm just wondering what the status of that is.
Go through to CAO Wall.
Back to Director Hageman.
Through the chair, thank you very much. I share some of Mr. Gregory's frustrations. No one wants a perfect building more than I do. And when it is warm, there's no secret that the HVAC can struggle to keep the fitness studio in its target temperature range. There's, of course, the outside temperature, there's solar radiation, and it's a busy place full of sweaty, happy customers. We hired a new facility maintenance supervisor last year, and he's been a breath of fresh air, investigating the system and the challenges that it has. In April, we recommissioned a cooling tower, which is part of the building HVAC and helps pull heat from the water that goes into the building when it's very warm. That's been very helpful. We're also investigating certain decisions that were made in the 2011 renovation to understand the design and equipment that was used. Through the facilities department, we received an energy assessment from Fortis BC. We just received that, so we're looking at the recommendations, and there are a couple there that we plan to implement. And as well, also through the facilities department, we've hired an expert to provide an assessment of the fitness studio. And hopefully from there, if the work is satisfactory, some more work with the community center. So I'm hopeful that these steps will get us in the right direction. And then lastly, when just talking about the target temperature, yesterday was a very warm day, maybe the warmest of the year. When I left the building at 5 o'clock, it was 30 degrees on the Environment Canada website, 33 degrees on the dashboard of my car. And we had the fitness annex at 18 degrees all day. We had the fitness studio at 20 degrees at 3, and it just ticked up to 21 degrees when I left at 5 p.m.
Thank you for that update.
Yeah, just thank you. I'm glad it sounds like you're working at it. So thank you very much for that.
Thanks for the operations update on that. Much appreciated. I'm going to go online to Councillor Kerr, and you'll just need a seconder for the item.
Sure. Just a reminder, everyone to drink water if you're in the fitness studio or anywhere this summer. Stay hydrated. Sorry, couldn't help myself. Number 10, please, Mayor.
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. Thanks, Councillor Kerr.
Sure. That's the letter from Sue and John, who organized, they were the event producers for the Downtown Comox Summerfest. I just want to say a huge thank you to Sue and John and the BIA for a great event again this year. It was the biggest and best ever. More vendors, more music, more everything. 2 other thank yous. I want to thank the Comox Fire Service, just given the concern about the Vancouver Festival and the safety of outdoor festivals with pedestrians. Comox Fire Service parked their very large trucks on either end of the pedestrian corridor on the blocked road, and it just provided a level of safety. And I actually had some people from Vancouver came up to me and said just how safe they felt and how thankful they were for that extra attention. So thanks to the Comox Fire Service, and of course to our Public Works team that did all the work with signage and such. So again, big kudos to everyone, and just a good sign of things to come with Nautical Days just weeks away. Thanks.
Yeah, it seems to get bigger and bigger every year. So grateful for the work that goes into that. It doesn't look like there's any more comments on that one. Or do you have comments on Summerfest? Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna pull out number 6 for D'Astaire 50th anniversary. You're gonna second it? Thank you. I just wanted to check in with staff on that. The 50th anniversary has already passed, so happy 50th to our lovely D'Astaire Senior Center. But they are asking to meet to look at long-term planning on the building. I'm just wondering if that's something that would just be taking place anyway in the kind of operation and facilities management plan, or if that's something that council should be flagging as whether we want to put a timeline on that, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, and there's no direction needed from council on this.
Okay, thank you for confirming that. Are there any further items from the consent agenda? Councillor Swift.
Thank you. Number 14.
Okay, we have the detachment commander report for the April 1st to June 30th, second.
Thank you. This is just a small matter. I really appreciate getting these reports from the RCMP. But I would like to point out once again that Hudson and Day Road are not within the bounds of Comox, and they're contributing to our statistics. So maybe we could alert them.
I think we've alerted them like 3 or 4 times on this, and they said the province sets that and they can't change it. That being said, we could ask them when they come present to us to pull it out, but it is a provincial boundary.
Yeah.
I
understand that, but I think it's important because it
Yeah.
is contributing to our numbers.
Okay, and they had
Thank you.
expressed interest in doing a presentation every quarterly report, so maybe we can just make sure that that happens and ask them to do that at that time. If that works. Okay, other items on the consent agenda. Looks like we're winding down on that. So we will move on to page 76 for unfinished business. We have the 2025 UBCM Grant Strategic Priorities Fund Asset Management Plan. There are 2 items there. There's someone who wants to make that motion.
Moved.
And second. That's been moved and seconded that we apply for that grant. Any questions or comments on that grant for the asset management plan? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. We're now on page 95, Evolve Expansion with the electric scooters. Number 1, that the town of Comox consents to the electric kick scooter pilot project taking place within the town of Comox.
Moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on number 1? We have Councillor Hazlitt.
Just want to confirm, what's the length of the pilot project? All of a sudden, these things are going all over downtown Comox and getting left all over the place, and we find them not interested to be here any longer. How quickly can we end this pilot?
I believe the pilot project is for 3 years, but if within that time, council makes the decision that you no longer want to have them in the town, or you'd like to have further restrictions on them, we can still make amendments to the bylaw to reflect that desire.
Any other questions or comments on number 1? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Just going to do that one more time. So we're on number 1. All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. And number 2, that the Comox Street and Traffic Bylaw Amendment number 1358.06 be given first, second, and third readings.
Moved. Sorry.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on that item? CAO Wall, I'll go to you, and then Councillor Swift after.
I actually have a question. It's for the Nautical Days committee people. Is the plan still to have scooters in place for public use during Nautical Days?
I believe so. I can reach out to festival producer and confirm that, but I believe that they are planning on being here for.
And yeah, and that's fine. If that's still the desire, we're going to need to schedule a special council meeting just to adopt this bylaw prior to Nautical Days.
We have confirmed them as a sponsor through Nautical Days Committee and that they would provide scooters for the parade, but that's something we'll have to follow up on.
Yeah, and just to be clear, for use in the parade, we don't need to have this bylaw in place, but for use for the public, we will.
I'll have Councillor Hazlitt and Councillor Kerr note that, although your hand is up, Councillor Kerr.
Yeah, just wondering, maybe we can schedule a training session on the scooters at the time of the special meeting.
Noted. Okay.
And I'm wondering who's going to be throwing the candy off the scooters because they take 2 hands to ride. So good luck.
We are voting on first, second, and third reading, number 2. Any further questions or comments on that? Sorry, Councillor Swift.
No, my question's been answered. Thank you.
It's good. I almost forgot to go back to you. Okay, all those in favor of traffic bylaw amendment 1358.06 for first, second, and third reading, opposed? I'm just gonna do that one more time. All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. We're on to page 103, Torrance and Knoll Boundary Extension, results of the alternative approval process. Whereas the town of Comox has attained the assent of the electors to petition the Ministry of Housing and Municipal Affairs to expend the boundaries of the town of Comox as it appeared in the Gazette under issue May 1st, 2025, and in the Comox Valley Record under issues of April 30th and May 7th, 2025. And whereas all relevant legislative requirements pertaining to a municipal boundary extension and the Local Government Act and Community Charter have been completed, therefore it be resolved that the parcels approved for inclusion within the town of Comox are as follows, and then it lists 1, 2, and 3.
Move that.
Okay, that's been moved.
Sorry.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on the Torrance and Knoll boundary extension? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. We are now on to item D. We have a notice of motion from Councillor Grant for some wording on the CBRD grant and aid policy. Councillor Grant, I'll go over to you if
Do
you
you
want
want me
to.
to read this out or? Damn it, there's an audience too. Okay. So this is to establish and provide a framework for a small scale regional grant and aid program administered through the Community Foundation as part of the Comox Valley Regional District's Administration and General Governance Service or Government Service. The program is intended to streamline the distribution of already established granting amounts and to support cost control and program efficiency into the future. Should higher levels of grants be desired, the CBRD board may consider the creation of a standalone grant service to support such expansions. And then number 2 is funding cap, replacing the original clause with the total grant funding available each year shall be set at no more than $30,000 for 2025 and increasing by no more than $1,000 per calendar year. So the reason for this is because we run into this at the regional district and it really turns into something, you know, it just gets really funny and there's different amounts and different things. And this just is designed just to streamline that. I think that was the purpose. Was it, Jordan?
Might go just to check with staff. So the 30,000 cap was listed in the policy. The 30,000 amount was the current budget, and the change that Comox would be proposing on this is the $1,000 cap per calendar year.
Correct.
Okay. Did you make that motion? That motion, is there a
Second.
seconder? So that's been moved and seconded. So now for discussion, either item policy statement, sorry, they were moved and seconded together. So questions or comments on that wording?
So if we, oh, sorry, were you going? Oh, well, I just wanted
We'll
to
go
clarify.
Councillor Grant and then Councillor
Yeah, I
Mayor.
just wanted to clarify that when we do this, this will go back to the regional board and they'll make this decision if we decide to take this to them. So we're not making a decision here tonight.
We're sending feedback on wording. Okay, Councillor Mayor.
Right, thanks. We tend to pride ourselves on the differing views that we have at this table. So I thought I'd just offer a differing view. And so I wouldn't be voting in favor of this because of the price cap, the capping it at 1,000 per year. And here's my rationale. So under Section 7 of the Community Charter, local governments have a responsibility to foster social, economic, and environmental well-being. I see nonprofits as essential partners in this. So I see this as our core business, and nonprofits help reduce the burden on governments. I feel like 30,000 is actually a pretty modest amount. It's less than $1 per household. So I think I'd be open to exploring other ways of ensuring that it's an adequate amount, but I'm not comfortable capping it at $1,000 increase per year.
Thanks for those comments. Other questions or comments from council? Looks like we have Councillor Blacklock.
Would you think the RD board would be amenable to a reduced cap of $500 a year? Like, I mean, us funding nonprofits through government taxes is something that comes up, and we get unlimited requests for money each and every year. And we get in this situation where we're having to choose between this cause and that cause, and which they're all worthy of support. This town is a very generous place. And if you have a cause or a nonprofit society that you want to support with your money, your after tax dollars, then as a citizen, that is your right to go do it. You don't need your government, your local government, to be funding these organizations continuously year after year at huge amounts. So I support this cap at $1,000 and will vote as such.
Any other comments before we go on vote? Okay, all those in favor of number 1 and 2? And opposed? Okay, and that passes. Thank you for the discussion on that. We have no special reports on page 173. We have bylaw adoptions. We have public notice bylaw, alternative means of public notice, that the Comox public notice bylaw number 2045 be adopted.
Move.
Moved and seconded. And any questions or comments on the bylaw? We are on page 173 or on the agenda, page 4. Just wait for a moment. Any questions or comments before voting on bylaw number 2045? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes. We are on, now we are on to new business, which means we are going into the OCP. Just gonna get caught up here. So we are on page 279, number H, which is page 6 of the agenda. And on that, staff has a number 1 and number 2, which I'm just gonna, actually, sorry, we have a presentation before we get into those 2 items. While you're setting up, I'll just quickly read those out and then I don't have to read them again. Actually, we will go to a 2-minute really quick break because we lost a counselor and give you time to set up the presentation. Thank you. It'll be a very brief break to keep things moving. Okay, we're gonna get back into the meeting and we have a presentation from Nancy at Urban Systems. Thank you. And we'll just ask for quiet from the gallery and we will get started once again. Welcome, Nancy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Just want to make sure we've got our presentation. The clicker was working, now it's not. Try and both. I think we might be working now. There we go. Look at that. Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, thank you. We've got a brief presentation for you regarding the OCP item on the agenda, just to give you an update on the project so far. As council knows, we're up against a very tight timeline based on the legislation provided by the provincial government to have this complete by year end, along with a associated comprehensive zoning bylaw that, and also we do need to meet the 20-year housing needs anticipated for co-ops based on the new legislation. So we have a lot to do in the next few months, and we have attached to your report a very first draft of the OCP policy to share with council and the public so that we can ensure ongoing and as early as possible engagement as we go through this process. And I'll get into next steps at the end of the presentation. As council knows, this is a very pivotal document for the municipality in that it does set a high level direction. It's very important from a land use perspective and planning with a 20-year vision. So a long time and a lot to change incrementally over that time. It is influenced significantly from provincial legislation, especially in this juncture of sort of municipal planning history with all the recent changes to legislation. The development of the OCP is also really important to inform how other jurisdictions plan as well, including school districts, health authorities, highways, utility companies as well. And the document is informed by existing master plans, and it will also inform future works as well. It's sort of a two-way process. So when we're talking about like tree management policies, there's recommendations in this document to update those. But if we're talking about climate action plan, that plan was recently completed. That's influencing this document as an example. I think another really important thing is we're talking about official community plans and the land use designations and that 20-year vision that I'm talking about. The land use designations are not they're not the same as zoning. And I think there's a lot of confusion out there, even with professionals in the field. And I just wanted to clear that up for the public and council. So there's times where we have our land use designations that are out there and they're set, and it's that 20-year vision. Then you have zoning. The zoning, if you're going to rezone, it needs to align with the OCP, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to zone those lands to align with the OCP. It might be not yet. You might want to look at it 15 years down the road. So this little flow chart, I don't know if there's a clicker or yeah, okay. So on this side, we've got when it doesn't align with the land use designation, you know, you can continue to use that property as per the existing zoning and there's no problems. It also could influence a developer's application to rezone because if it's aligned with the OCP, it's aligned with the community's vision and that process is generally easier than when it's not because an OCP amendment is typically more complicated. I'm going to save the last box on the right for a second. If the zoning does not align with the land use designation, you need to go through that process. But if the zoning aligns with the land use designation, then there's no requirement for rezoning and the applicant would be going to development permit or building permit. So when zonings align with the OCP, it's much more streamlined. And hence that's why the province also wants the town to pre-zone for 20 years of growth. The middle box that's green is I think it's just an important differentiation to make at this particular juncture, because it's not very often that you have an OCP and a zoning bylaw. They should be sequential, but these are going at exactly the same time with the same deadlines from the province. So at the next meeting of council, we'll be bringing forward the comprehensive zoning bylaw review, and we'll be asking council for direction on pre-zoning. So if council gives direction to pre-zone, which we think you will need to do some, not a lot, but some, to meet the 20-year housing need requirements by the province, that pre-zoning will come into place at the same time as the OCP, and that those parcels in the green box will slide over to the right. Normally it's just not that aligned, but just wanted to make that differentiation in that there's a lot of change projected, but it's got a 20-year vision attached to it, and it may even exceed build out within that period as well. So in terms of the engagement, wanted to provide council with a bit of an update on our June 24th open house, which was extremely well attended. We estimated approximately 400 people attended. We had almost a full house upon opening the doors. We had a sheet for people to fill out at the meeting, which many people did, as well as online. We've provided a summary of those forms to staff, a detailed summary, and then we've summarized it in the council report provided to council as well. We did have many conversations as well as these forms. And then there's been emails, I think that's also gone directly to staff, around 30 or more of those as well. And I'm sure council's been seeing quite a bit of correspondence directly to you. And we had all kinds of sticky notes and things like that we also interpreted. There's really a common theme by most people in the room where there's a lot of concern regarding the 12 stories in height around the marina. I would say that would be the number one issue that came up by many people, not all, but many. And then there is also some concern, or quite a significant amount of concern, regarding 9 stories on Comox Avenue on that one particular site, and the land use map is orange. And then there was some general concern by a lesser number, but by many people, also regarding buildings up to 6-story in sort of downtown and the Harborview area along Comox Avenue, plus or minus a street or two. So there was quite a bit of concern there as well. In terms of the other concerns, they did match quite closely to what we heard in our survey, the community survey that we did last winter. I would say in the community survey, we heard a little bit more about affordable housing and housing choice. But we also heard, about the small town character, environmental impacts. We probably heard less in the survey about whether additional density is needed. But we were hearing some of that in the engagement process. We also heard about, additional services for seniors, accessibility issues, more transparency, and governance issues. And just sort of seeing a change in identity of the community as we're continuing to grow. Although social equity and affordability did come up by several people. And there is also concern about what the growing population is meeting the needs of that growing population when it comes to infrastructure and amenities and rec centers and so on. So as we've developed the plan, we certainly are taking the engagement that we've heard from the community. We want to make sure that council and staff feel well informed as to what we're hearing, working collaboratively with them, but we are looking to council and staff for direction as we prepare this plan, as we did with the vision and guiding principles. And from that, we've been developing policy, which attached to your report is the first cut of some policy, because we really want to make sure that we're being open and transparent early in the process, because later on in the process, we'll be getting into the bylaw stage. There'll be a public hearing. It's getting late in the process. We want to hear from the community and council now so that we can make any appropriate changes as we go along. And you'll see in the contents of the OCP, the policy areas are fairly standard across municipalities in BC. Generally dealing with housing to a very significant amount. You have a Parks and Trails master plan, for example, which is informing the OCP. And if there was a big separation in timeline, the OCP might be informing the next one more so than this one because it's very fresh. But you always have that document with more detailed policies as an example. So in terms of, we did in April 16th, we got direction from council regarding the vision and principles, and that was a big part of the engagement process on the 24th, was checking in with the community about those policies that we're developing are intended to reflect all of those. It's important to note like how this document does reflect with other or interact with other bylaws, like the town's talking about a tree management bylaw. Well, that's a much more specific bylaw than this. This is a very high level guiding document. So in terms of like how these documents are typically worked out is you have your guiding principles, which sets the tone, objectives within each policy category area, specific policies within that area, and then actions. Probably one of the biggest issues in OCPs is that the lack of separation between actions and policies. So we're trying to do that right in the document. And then those actions can fall out and be monitored in terms of implementation subsequent to adoption. Just have an example here for council and the public, just showing like an example of a guiding principle cascading through objectives to policies. And you can see how it's just getting much more specific, and you'll have many policies compared that would go to meet one objective. And sometimes policies also meet multiple objectives in the document. So in terms of the land use and future growth concept, which is such an important part of this particular OCP because of the legislation and the pressure we're having from the province to meet 20-year housing needs, it has been a big part of this process. So what we've done is we've created a growth area map for also to sort of provide higher arching direction for these growth areas, which will be further developed through the land use designation map as well. It just gives us an opportunity to talk about like the slight different directions for each of these areas. So you'll also see that we've further to our last council meeting in April, we've added the multi-use nodes within those areas of sort of more low density development that don't have as much access to daily needs, just to make sure that we can sort of become more of a complete community as we go on. Oops. And then this turns into our land use, our future land use map, which council has seen on April 16th. And we just wanted to keep it here in case you have any questions, as there is some recommendations in the staff recommendation regarding some potential changes for consideration and alternates as well. So some of the key concepts were also, you know, we're looking at becoming more of a complete community as part of our complete communities exercises, and implementing the actions that were identified in that plan, where we're having growth closer to existing services and amenities and avoiding sprawl into the rural areas. We have, as I mentioned, supportive policies for each of those growth areas, and the corridors and the centers, we have the most density, which also follows bus route number 1 along Comox Avenue up Anderton, Guthrie, Berwick, and into Courtenay and downtown, as well as it's a popular transit route and the most frequent transit route in the community. And yeah, so there's multiple land use designations within each growth area, which you can see in the land use designation map. So in terms of our next steps is we're working right now on the development permit areas, and we will be making them available as well for public review. And then when we come back to council in the fall, they will be included in the second draft of the OCP for your review. In our early conversations with council, when we got our initial direction on the OCP, council did bring up a desire to see changes to the development permit guidelines. And what we're proposing is a consolidated approach. I think right now you have 17 of them. You're gonna have a lot less. I think it's a very strong tool for the municipality to protect trees at time of development and other environmental features. And not being as specific as your past approach will also enable the town to have a broader approach to protection of some of those resources as well. So we look forward to providing an outline of how that will work at a future meeting. And we still need to also complete the regional context statement, which is a requirement as per legislation. And once we get that draft complete, we've checked in with council, then we're going to be going to agency referrals, which are part of the process. The ALC has specifically said the timelines that they need, which are quite long. So we definitely need to kind of get that draft pulled together and out to the agencies as soon as possible. And we'll also be working with council and our consultant team that's working on the comprehensive zoning bylaw review and being before council at your next meeting in August for direction on pre-zoning. And then we do look forward to OCP zonings. There are public hearings required with official community plans, but we hope to be doing early and ongoing engagement throughout the process, and that not being seen as like a key opportunity for engagement. We want to see that we want to see engagement happen before then. And then both bylaws needing to kind of dovetail together and be approved by the end of the year. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Does council have any questions? And I've also put the recommendations and the alternatives up on the screen for council's consideration.
Thank you, Nancy. So we have the two recommendations there. I'm just gonna, once looking through the policies and actions, I think I was on housing needs, page 303. It might not matter that specific page, but number one there kind of seems like it's similar to some of the actions that are recommended. And so I'm just wondering why we're specifically looking at that one instead of it being an action item. Like, is there something, it wasn't in the initial draft, or that's one that needs earlier council approval on at this stage?
Okay, in terms of the number one recommendation.
The number one recommendation kind of being pulled out as far as a staff recommendation versus I can look through a variety of action items that are similar to that, like having a tenant protection bylaw. There's a bunch of tenant items, but this one's specifically been pulled out. So I'm just curious why
Yeah, so what we heard from the feedback from the community was concern around going up to 9 stories on the site. And the reason that recommendation is there is to ensure that if there is development that's going over the 4 or 6 stories, which is allowed currently, that it is in exchange for the tenant relocation and the redevelopment of the site. The original proposal that's been brought by the developers to staff was that if they move forward to construct a 9-story building, that they want to relocate all of the tenants as well as demolish the current building. And so putting this into the OCP makes it clear that that is going to be a requirement to get those additional stories rather than leaving it as it is, and perhaps there's a change in staff or that institutional knowledge gets lost, and then council's left with an OCP designation indicating 9 stories with no requirement for anything beyond a regular zoning application.
Okay. And just to clarify, if 2181 Comox Ave, which is obviously this exact address we're talking about our application, if they did do 6 stories, they would not be required to do any tenant, like, I'm just wondering if
I believe their current zoning allows them to do 4 stories as it is. So as we're going through this OCP, we're making changes to see higher amounts. And so what this is meant to do is to make it clear to go above what is becoming the standard on heights. There needs to be a additional incentive or an additional part of the project proposal to allow before the town will allow the higher heights to be constructed.
Okay, just have some concerns with displacement if a 6-story building is built there, just with how. So we can get into that a little bit later. So we'll have questions. Thank you for that clarification. Questions for Nancy, Councillor Mayer.
Hi, Nancy. Thank you so much for the presentation and for all of your work on this. I have 2 different questions. I'm just wondering if you can go back to the slide before this that lays out the actions and next steps. Yeah, this one. I'm still, just one of the things that we heard was a real desire for more engagement, and you spoke to it, but I don't see it up here. And so can you just tell me again where, like, what it would look like and where it fits in the timeline, the next engagement?
Through the chair, in terms of engagement, we were planning on making this information available for the public and maybe doing like some quick polls or social media polls, something that's fairly effective and inexpensive, because just based on the original budget and community engagement, we've sort of exceeded that already. But we do want to provide venues for people to comment. And so then we would incorporate the comments as we move forward. The town may wish to can always ask for increased scope regarding engagement if council wishes.
But we'd obviously have to bring some money along to have more in-person engagement than it sounds like. Yeah. Okay, and then just my other question, one of the presentations we had was concerns about trees and nature, and like how to kind of reconcile this stage of OCP planning with that desire to see tree protection. And you talked about it a little bit, but I'm wondering if you can just expand on that a little bit more so that people can kind of better see how those two things work together.
Need to be provided to staff or for the review and council, but the DP guidelines were so specific. So when like the one parcel in Northeast Comox was mentioned, and just like reviewing that from your existing framework, in a way, it kind of fell between the cracks when it came to tree protection, it looks like. So the way that we're structuring the bylaws is that they're way more consolidated, so that there's justification for development permit requirements on a broader scale. So it would have more properties within each development permit area that would trigger that review. So that's one tool. Basically, and before you would be doing development of a greenfield site, you would need a development permit. Or there's also like development permit guidelines, even on an infill, where it would have guidelines to protect trees, for example. So when you're dealing with development approvals at that stage, there's some level of protection and also tree replacement provisions, you know, to basically for every tree you remove, because realistically, you do need to remove trees if you want to put up a larger building, but you could also be replacing them in portions of the property. And then the comprehensive zoning bylaw review, which will be coming to you in a future date, also has increased landscape guidelines as well. So there's other provisions to increase the urban forest canopy as we go, but there's obviously the other tool available to the municipality regarding, you know, tree bylaws as well.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. But again, so for the public to have comments on that, they'll be looking at Engage, the Engage website through CBRD to be able to provide comments.
The Engage website is the best, and then we'll be working with the communication staff to make sure that there's updates and opportunities to be aware that there's an opportunity to review as well.
And the regular method of sending in letters. We're getting letters pretty consistently from the community with their views on the OCP and what they want to do. And that opportunity will stay open for the next while here as well.
Councillor Grant.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I agree with you on the public presentation. I thought that's been the missing piece in this the whole time. Excuse me, you know, when I look at why we're actually doing this and taking these drastic steps, and you look at the federal government and their immigration policies, and then you go down to the province where they just pretty much dropped a bomb on us and said, here's what you're going to do, and here's how you're going to do it. And I know the public wasn't prepared for that when it came, and yet we didn't stand up and say, here's why we're doing it. We're in a jam here where we have to actually do things that we can't say no to, and yet I know the public doesn't like it. And so I think we need to be able to have that public presentation so that we can actually explain this as to why we're going down these roads. You know, personally, I read a lot of the letters or most of them that came in, and I don't disagree with most of them, to be honest with you. And yet that's not an option for us. And so, you know, when people are writing their letters in, I think it's really important that they give us their point of view, but also you need to help us with a solution, right? Because we have certain numbers of housing units we have to put in, and we have to. The province is not giving us the option, and they didn't consult with us at all in the beginning either. And so we're at a loss as much as anybody is at this. And so I don't know how much it would cost to do that. Maybe that would be a start, is to find out what it would cost to put a public presentation on there so that we can get some of these questions answered and get onto a track where we're all kind of singing more out of the same hymn book, possibly.
Is that a question, Councillor Grant, as far as what, something similar to an open house, but a presentation? Sure, I'll go over to CAO Wall.
Yeah, we'll report back to council.
Thank you. Questions while we have Nancy, and before we get into the staff reports, Councillor Mayor, sorry about that. You had your hand up.
That's okay. I just want to build on what Councillor Grant is saying, and you have a really great slide back at the beginning that has the different layers. I'm wondering if you could just take like 1 minute and give us a little crash course about where we have say and where the public has say, and then at what point we no longer have say. So I think it was there. Yeah.
Sure. And one idea that council might want to consider that some municipalities are doing is like the creation of a video that you could put on the Engage page so people can look at it at their leisure. In terms of that crash course, it can be quite effective. In terms of where the public has a say, I mean, the intention of the OCP process is to engage the public as you go, as we have with the survey. We had focus group meetings and the open house, and now opportunities to review drafts as they become available. When we aren't under such time pressure as we are with the provincial government, is engagement, can be more robust as well. There's the opportunity through this OCP process, and then of course the public hearing, but it would be ideal to be creating venues for feedback before that. It's going to be getting quite late in the process. And then, so we have our land use designations in place. The zoning bylaw will also have a public hearing process associated with it. I also recommend, like being involved in watching these meetings and the associated council reports to get an understanding of the feel. But then that's the OCP. And then if the community has had an opportunity to kind of view what the OCP and policies are, and then they select sites that we're also recommending to pre-zone in order to meet the 20-year housing needs, which we'll be discussing with you in August. And then when the zoning does not align with the OCP, an applicant or developer would have to come in with an application that's completely discretionary. Zoning applications are completely discretionary of council. Now, the provincial government has also limited public hearings for rezoning applications that align with the OCP. There's notification of first reading. Council can still receive those emails and letters. But when it's for industrial or institutional development or developments that have less than 50% residential, then there would be a public hearing process associated with them as well.
Thank you. So the primary venue for the public to comment is during the OCP process. Council still has say of yes or no unless it's pre-zoned, in which case the intention of Bill 44 really is that you've got your OCP and your pre-zoning in place. That means it goes forward without any hitches. Is that right?
That's correct. And I mean, many of the developments will also have a development permit as well. So it's important for the public to take an interest in those development permit guidelines, but the municipality and the applicant are bound to those guidelines. So there's no public process associated with the development permit approval process, but it's important to look at the guidelines and comment on them as we develop the OCP.
Great, thank you.
We have a question from Councillor Hazlitt and then Councillor Blacklock.
Thanks. this is kind of a couple of parts here, but it's obvious we're getting pressures from the government in these tight timelines, and you guys at Urban Systems and our staff are doing a really, really good job of providing us a ton of information here. And it's obviously a lot to comprehend. And I can only imagine other communities are feeling this pressure as well with these timelines. And, there's only so many consultants going around. They're going to have the opportunity to build OCPs and help put bylaws together for everyone. I mean, really, we're looking at what, 5 or 6 months left before the end of the year. Has there been any talk of, and I have no doubt that we're going to be able to meet these timelines, but has there been any talk of the provincial government extending any of these timelines? Because, I mean, we want to make sure we get this right. We're spending a ton of money to put this together. We don't want to have to come back in, 2 years or 3 years or 5 years. You have to review it every 5, and put a whole bunch of money back into this. So what's kind of the feedback from the other communities out there, and what are you as consultants seeing coming back from the province on this?
Through the chair, I have not been advised of any extensions being provided by the province. As of yet, the province did extend the density bonus and inclusionary zoning requirement until June 2026 from 2025, which probably was also to give municipalities a little bit more room to focus on their zoning bylaws and OCPs.
Councillor Blacklock.
Yeah, thank you very much for your work to date, Nancy. And I'm impressed with Urban Systems' professionalism in putting on our open house. 400 people, so just under 3% of our population came out to give feedback on the open house. And most of that feedback and the letters I've received since are with respect to building heights. There's a lot of negative attention placed on the heights of buildings between 6, 9, and 12 stories. My understanding through working with the development industry over the course of my career is that 6 stories is the maximum that a wood frame building can extend to. Above 6 stories, we're now looking at concrete or steel frame buildings. And I think there's a gap when you look at the economics of building buildings between 7 and 11. You don't see quite too many built between 7 and 11 because the economics of building concrete frame really don't make sense until you get up to 12. And I think that's maybe one of the reasons why we floated to 12. And we floated to 12 on 2 specific sites. One is the Edgewater site down here, which we can see from this room. The other is 2181, the Mariner Apartments site, which is both low sitting sites that would be building up from a base that would, there would be impacts on views. Absolutely. A fundamental change to Comox. Comox with 6-story buildings is the first step towards moving to more urban environment. And why are we doing this? Well, I send most of your letters to Ravi Kahlon, Minister of Housing. And because he is the one who put Comox on a list that is requiring us to do a housing assessment for what is our 20 years worth of needs predicted for housing in Comox? Well, we've worked that out. It's over 3,000 units we need. So through that process and through the OCP process, we're creating the conditions and zoning to be able to provide those units to the marketplace to meet the requirements of the NDP. And my question to you, Nancy, is the number one thing I hear is if we go with density and build big buildings in 6, 9, or 12 stories, will there be any consideration given to the impact on the infrastructure? I mean, the roads, the sewers, the schools, the hospitals, the number of physicians. Inherently, what I think we're being forced into doing is making our town less livable. And we heard that today. So I have a real trouble with the way the province has done this to us. And I feel like we as councillors are caught between a rock and a hard place, but I do see the need to grow. I've lived here since 1977. I remember fighting from going from 2 stories to 3 stories. Big hubbub when the portside buildings on Comox Ave were proposed at 3 stories, and then, oh, heaven forbid, 4 stories. But up we went, right? Berwick is 6. The new one beside the hospital is 6. Ballantyne was 4. I think 6 stories is a reasonable compromise here. I'd love to see higher on these lower sites, but I feel like we really need to be looking at the funding for the infrastructure. And we had that earlier in our meeting today. about requesting a meeting because all these island towns, we're growing. Canadians are retiring. They're moving to the island. They love it here. The weather's great. There's no snow. And they come and they come and they come, and they've been coming for decades. I can remember being a small boy, my dad would complain endlessly about the yuppies moving from Vancouver. And we're still coming. So what are we going to do with respect to the infrastructure and the inherent effects on traffic and on our systems that is certainly going to be propagated by this plan? Like, how should we address that?
Yeah, thank you. I'll try and field that one. It's very complicated. It's a very complicated answer, and you touched on what is the town going to do on infrastructure, both the hard services and you asked questions around the soft services. So one thing that is happening in parallel with this process is that we're updating our DCCs and ACC bylaws. We have an engagement with the development community on Monday to talk about that. And I think when we take a look at the numbers per lot for a single family lot, we're going to be increasing our DCCs and ACCs from somewhere around $20,000 combined with the CVRD up to 60. So the goal is that as new development comes in, they're going to be paying into a fund to help us get the money to expand the infrastructure we require. There is a lot of questions that remain around how we are going to afford to be able to pay for the infrastructure for this expansion. So right now we're looking at the OCP because we just moved through and we dealt with the small scale multi-unit. If council recalls, the area of Comox around the hospital or behind the hospital, we are at capacity for sewer. We asked the provincial government for an extension and to exempt that from the small scale multi-units. The province has been very clear. The answer is no, you will not get an exemption. You will be allowed to have, I think we got 5 years to upgrade the sewer. Somewhere around
2030.
2030. Okay, yeah, we got 5 years to upgrade the sewer to allow for development in there. So the province has been really clear. They functionally do not care about the infrastructure problems municipalities have to facilitate housing growth. We need to meet it. Now, where we do have some control is around what is happening right now. We have 3,300 units that we need to pre-zone. I think it's really important to talk about where we are today. What we're talking about today and what council is looking at today is the OCP, which guides long-range development decisions. This is not meant to indicate that there's going to be massive changes in these areas quickly. In fact, in most of the areas that have these OCP designations, they do not have the zoning allowed to do it. So zoning applications need to come in. It is meant to provide that projection 20 years in the future. What type of buildings are you going to see in those areas? The next meeting, we're going to get into the zoning, and the zoning decisions are going to be what can come into Comox now. Now, 2 phases on that. We have 3,300 units that we need to pre-zone by the end of this year. That has to be done. The province has been very clear. On top of that, the province has put us in the batter's box on the housing targets list. So how this works is we have been notified, and functionally, once they get through giving the targets to the people on the current round, we are going to be given housing targets. So we have those 3,300 we need to pre-zone. So long as that pre-zoning results in enough development to meet the housing targets the province gives us likely next year, everything will be fine. If it turns out that those 3,300 units in pre-zoning are not enough to meet the housing targets, we're likely going to have to look at pre-zoning even more. So we don't know what the targets are going to be. We don't know what the uptake is going to be. But those are sort of the next effects that are going to happen that are without of our control. So I think the question was asked earlier, what is in your control? What is in your control is where you want to see density over the next 20 years, which is what we're talking about today. Again, it's not where you want to see density tomorrow. It's where do you think density is going to be 20 years from now? And when we take a look at the population growth of the town of Comox, I think it's very reasonable to say we need to be planning for a community of 25,000 people in 20 years. We need to have that target in mind because we do not have control over the speed at which the town of Comox grows anymore. So what happens in this cycle is that every year you have to do your OCP, or not every year, every 5 years you have to do your OCP. The province looks at the number of houses that were built over that 5-year period and then projects it into the future. So we have to approve up to 3,300. Let's say 2,000 come in the next 5 years, even though it was supposed to be 20 years. The province will look at that and say, there is far more demand in this community than you are allowing for. Your next target is not 3,000 units, it's 6,000 units. That's how this process is going to go unless it's somehow changed by the provincial government. So what does council have control over right now? Council has control over right now setting the vision of where this community is going to be in 20 years and where that density is going to be in 20 years. And that's the decisions council's making today. And next month, council is going to have control over where those zoning, where that pre-zoning is going to be to allow for constructions of units tomorrow. And again, that's going to be 3,300 units between pre-zoning and some credit we get for the small scale multi-family. But that is what needs to be provided. And that is something that council has control over, only where you are going to put those. Council does not have control over saying we don't want to have 3,300 units pre-zoned. That will not be a discussion entertained by the province.
Thank you for that. We are going to go to questions from Councillor Grant first, and I'll just say, let's try to keep questions for Nancy, and then we'll get into the actual meat of the discussion. So Councillor Grant.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at like $60,000 for development cost charges. I know there's a bunch of developers having a meeting next week, and they're going to try and tell me that it's 3 times too high and we have to get rid of them, but we can't. That means that the taxpayer has to pay that. CMHC is changing their rules pretty much weekly on how you finance these things. And at one point they had it really good, and now it doesn't work anymore. So I don't think there's a hope in hell that we can hit these numbers. I don't think there's any way we can do it. And then, of course, if you don't hit them, then it goes up. And so, I mean, I think this is just a really poorly construed plan by the province. And, you know, honestly, they didn't even come out here and have a look. They just did a one-size-fits-all for the whole province. And really, we have a very unique community here, and it doesn't fit with all of those things. We're not downtown Vancouver. We're not Kelowna, right? We don't fit in those kinds of boxes. So I can't see in any way that we can make this work. And yet we have to. So, you know, and really, you're taking a really nice little community here that people really like for its small town feel and its charm. And I agree, it needs to grow and get a little bit bigger, and we need to be more onto that. But you're going to ruin a really good community by doing this. And I know that before we even go. And it really pains me to have to go through this and do this knowing where we're going with this. It's not good. So I don't know what the solution is, but I know that $60,000 for DCCs doesn't work. And I know that you can't finance these buildings, and you can't build rentals today. You can't do it. They don't work right now. They will in the future, but they don't now. So I don't know how they've got this all thought out in their heads, but it really doesn't work, in my opinion.
I think there's not a direct question there, so we'll leave that as a comment and speech. I believe we have a question from Councillor Mayer, and then we'll potentially look at going into number 1.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I just wanted to ask, of the 3,300, how many have we already approved or pre-zoned?
Over to CEO Wall, Honey.
I believe, I mean, we're going to get into that discussion next meeting, but when you're taking a look at the large multifamily, I believe that we have enough zoning already through the rezoning actions that this council has already taken to cover that. I think we're going to be looking at pre-zoning some of the townhouse areas, and then the rest will be credits for projected small scale multi-unit developments. So there is likely not going to be a need for council to pre-zone additional multifamily to meet the provincial government's current targets.
Just a quick question on, again, back to number 1 on the tenant relocation strategy. If we were looking for higher security for the tenants at the Mariner Building at 2181 Comox Ave, is there any other options that could be explored if the current zoning is 4-story and we're saying over 6? What would an alternative option that covers more tenant protection be?
Just to insert through the chair, one thing, I think the reason for that is in the OCP policy, it does identify the need to develop a tenant relocation policy. And I think the provision here is like in the gap that doesn't exist. But once that policy is in place, it would apply even if they were developing a lower building as well. So I
It's a
guess you
stopgap.
could council could prioritize that initiative. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for clarifying, because
And I also just want to thank Aaron Penner and our team at Urban Systems for all the work. He's really the brain behind the operations, and of course, our collaboration with staff has been wonderful.
Thank you, Erin, and sorry for not introducing you earlier. Counselor Grant?
Yeah, so you said that we're probably okay with our pre-zoning, but you know, we already know that a whole bunch of those condominium buildings aren't gonna be built. And every day it gets worse and worse for them. So, you know, I don't know whether, I don't agree with you, I guess, that we have enough in there. I don't think we're even close. You know, like they're all ready, they all say they're ready to go, but they're not going.
So I think it's important to understand, we have a requirement from the province to pre-zone enough land to allow for construction of 3,300 units by the end of this year. That is one target, and I can say confidently we are likely not to have to make any, if we do, not very many multifamily rezones to hit that target for this specific target that the province has put out. The next target the province is going to put onto us likely next year is a building permit target. They are going to say you need to approve X amount of building permits, and whether or not we have enough pre-zoned land to meet that target is a different question. We don't know what that target's going to be, but to your point, Councillor Grant, we have brought a number of projects to the finish line over the past 2 years. Very few of them have moved forward to construction, and the ones that have had to move forward to construction in a more limited way. Will the pre-zoning that we do now be enough to generate enough building permits to satisfy the province? I suspect there must be a difference between the two, or else the province wouldn't have that second target. So to your point that it's not going to be enough to meet their targets, I think that there's, if the actions that the province are taking and getting the municipalities to do now was enough, they wouldn't have this secondary item coming in. So we may have to look at more pre-zoning to meet that target. And beyond that, council can also look at doing pre-zoning beyond in order to get the development into the community that you feel is needed to create a vibrant town moving into the future. You know, one of the comments I made in the staff report here, and I can say this coming and growing up in small towns, it's, you know, it's great to talk about the small town feel, but please go to small town BC and look at what the downtowns are. Small town BC, usually downtowns are boarded up shops because there's not enough people who can support the retail anymore, because the number of people required to support a retail shop is much higher than it was 30 or 40 years ago. So you've got to try and find that balance.
And to clarify, we are on the list for possibly getting development targets, but that may or may not come by next year. It could be in the future. So we're kind of yellow flagged. I do see your hand online, but we're going to Councillor Hazlitt, and then we'll go to Councillor Kerr online. Thanks, Nancy, for your questions.
Well, I had one on tenants. Now I've got one on buildings as well. But with the tenant relocation, where does that sit in an OCP? Is that not something that would be more or less mandated by the provincial government, the Tenancy Act?
So the provincial government sets a minimum amount of compensation that's required when these happen. I think what the consensus has been in a lot of municipalities that it's not enough, that they'd like to see more. So municipalities have generally secured this through rezoning, which is going to, there's going to be less of it, but also just getting these policies in place so that developers understand what the cost is going to be, and you're not into a negotiation every time the rezoning comes in. The reason this is here, and again, it's important to understand, this is just the OCP. What the OCP here is saying is that if you want to rezone this site above and beyond the 6 stories, you need to have a redevelopment plan and a tenant location plan to go with it. So it's saying in order to have a successful rezoning under this OCP, you need to have these 2 items. Now, if they want to build above 9 stories, or if they want to build above 6 stories, sorry, without a tenant relocation plan and without a redevelopment plan, then they would need to seek an OCP amendment.
And then I'm just having a hard time wrapping my head around these building permits. We talked a little bit about the DCC and ACC cost and the infrastructure cost the province is going to help us with, and the rising cost of those charges are going from, you know, approximately 20 to 60. We've got to get all these building permits through the door. We've got to make sure that the buildings of, you know, the pro forma fit so that they can actually make money building these things, or no one's going to build it. If we keep putting cost onto them at every step of the way, no one's going to build anything ever. And we're going to just get hit with one thing after the next from the province telling us to make building permits, but we're just stuck in a loop of not being able to build anything because it costs too much money to build, or the town's charging too much money to build, or you've got to move people because you have got that buried in your OCP, you've got buried in the tenancy. I just can't wrap my head around this thing. We go out to the community and they bring back, you know, a real hate for height, and I can understand that. I don't want to see things grow too high here as well. But I just don't understand how we get out of the eye of the province for telling us that we have to build, when even though we've got projects to the finish line, nobody's going ahead. So how do you get out of this cycle?
I think we'll be discussing this a lot in August when we talk about our fees. So I'll try to get us back to the draft OCP, but I'll go over to CAOL in case you had any further. But
It's a tough issue. I mean, ideally, BC and Canada would have tried to fix the housing crisis prior to COVID when the cost of everything ballooned, right? Like the cost of constructing, if we had tried to deal with this problem 5 years ago, would have been much, much lower. But it's the costs that we have are where they are. It does appear that the development cycle is in a little bit of a downturn, a correction, whatever you want to call it. Construction across BC is starting to run into more and more issues, and if there is a desire for houses to be built, something is going to have to give. That can be the value of land, which I think likely needs to come down. Support for infrastructure costs. The federal government has come out and said they want to cut infrastructure, DCC and ACC costs on multifamily in half. So we're very interested to hear what that plan is going to be. So there is going to need to be changes in a number of areas in order for the market to pick up to where it was before the rise in material construction costs got to where they are now. So something is going to have to give. But what I can say when it comes to the municipalities' costs, when we're talking about DCCs and ACCs, these are costs that need to be borne because we need the infrastructure, and either we place them, and council is going to decide this in the future, you either place them on the development unit coming in, or you pool it across the community. And it's going to be a mixture of both, because the province is telling us when we construct those, it's going to be a mixture of both. So having said all that, to Mayor Minion's point, I think we're talking a lot about stuff that's going to be decided in the next 2 or 3 meetings. And today really is taking a look at the OCP map and saying, in 20 years, I think it's a good question to ask, in 20 years, do you feel that a building of this type would fit within the town of Comox? You know, in 20 years, does a 4-story building along Comox Ave make sense? In 20 years, does a 6-story building along Comox Ave make sense? This is not really guiding development for the next 2 to 3 years. It's meant to put the projections on, farther into the future. Some will come now, but many will come later.
0 to 20 years. It can come anytime. I'm going to go online to Councillor Kerr. Thank you for your patience.
No problem. Good, great discussion. Question for Nancy. Urban Systems, you have been dealing with other communities that are going through the same process. I assume there's other communities where developers are looking at building something and then they get stopped at that DCC or the CMHC funding phase. What are other communities doing? What can we learn from them? Are there any things that we can incorporate? I know we're kind of ahead of the curve on this, and thanks to CAOL and the planning team for bringing us there and being ahead of the curve. But for any others that are similar to us at this stage, can we learn anything from them, and can we incorporate anything to this process our town.
Through the chair, I really feel that Comox is kind of learning from best practices around the province, and we're doing our best to implement it into this process. And, as part of the DCC and ACC process, which is getting woven into this conversation, we do have a financial feasibility analysis as part of that. And I think that's kind of the big question that council's asking around building permits as well, because the intent of the OCP is enabling 20 years of development. And I think Comox is looking at enabling development for the most part that we anticipate to be financially viable in that 20-year period. Is it financially viable right now? Some of it is, and we're looking at that, but some of it isn't. And some of that would be, I think the provincial government 3 or 4 years ago thought that they'd solved the housing crisis through SHMU. And across BC, SHMU, the infill house, small scale, multiple unit housing is not looking extremely viable unless you're an existing homeowner, dealing with a family situation. But for a developer to buy SHMU and develop it right now is not making sense. And we have a large part of Comox's future development attributed to SHMU. So I really hope in the next 20 years that's going to change so that the infill can help solve the problem. And that would be a big question that we can learn right now. But I can say 5 years ago, in communities that already had SHMU in place, they were going like hotcakes, and the economy changes. And, I hope we're kind of going towards an upward swing. But things are changing when you've got increasing costs and decreasing rents and banks tightening up and many foreclosures in the big cities. It's a tough time for the development community right now. But the other thing to think of with the costs that are associated with it, we need that infrastructure to facilitate the development. And so it is sort of a necessary cost to make it happen. I think one other point, just to council's question, in terms of the agency, is the agency referral going to the school district and health authority. And that's all part of also our process feeding into their process to make sure they're planning for this planned growth as well.
Thank you. I'm just going to check if Councillor Kerr, if you had a follow-up.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I know you want to move on. Just a quick follow-up. Nancy, just so I'm clear, because, we heard the feedback from the public that's overwhelmingly kind of happy with 4 as a maximum. Could we as a town meet our targets with 4 stories along Comox Ave, et cetera, and SHMU or infill? Just with those 2 without going any higher, could we meet our targets?
Through the chair, not looking at the building permit equation side of it, Comox is looking fairly decent in meeting your housing targets through SHMU, existing development up on in the Aspen area, once that gets approved. And with the anticipated pre-zoning of townhouses, you do need additional pre-zoning. We can identify that. But that particular model, based on our current outlook, is based on SHMU being able to deliver a significant amount of the housing in the future. So if you were to put the building permit lens on that, I'd feel a little bit more iffy. And that's where the height and those existing pro formas that we're working on, the viability of 6-story buildings is much more positive. And townhouses is looking favorable, but 4-story developments and less are not looking super viable. So if you put that building permit lens on, it might be tough, but the province hasn't thrown that one at us yet, but do expect that in your 5-year review.
Okay, we're going to go to Councillor Swift.
Thanks, Nancy. I know we've heard a lot about the problems with heights of buildings, and I'm looking at the future land use map, and it's showing 6 stories on both sides of Comox Avenue. And I'm wondering if this is the time to alter that.
Through the chair, now is a good time to alter the land use designation map so that the community might also feel more in line with the direction that council is taking. We'll just have to be careful on meeting the housing needs, but height, because right now the apartments aren't factoring in as importantly as the SHMU and the townhouse, and you do have some apartments in the process. Now would be a good time for council to provide that direction. But please keep in mind that if we do in the OCP with that 20-year vision, have up to 6 stories. Right now, there's no plans unless directed otherwise from council to pre-zone those apartment uses around town, around Comox Avenue. So council at time of rezoning could limit the height. It's just like with that 20-year vision, you know, maybe a 5-story building is of interest to council based on what they're putting on the table. That would require them to do an OCP amendment. Right now, they still need zoning. It's based on our proposed draft. That would be completely discretionary of council. And I think that's where some of that misnomer and concern is from the public. It's something to think about.
Well, and just as a follow-up then, I'm okay with the 6 stories being on the north side of Comox Avenue. But I know in past engagements with the community, they've been concerned about the tunneling effect and so on. So I was wondering if it would be advisable to change the south side, say from Ellis to Rodello, to, I'm looking at ground-oriented residential, which is 3 stories. Would that work?
That's a question for around the table.
I'm just gonna go over to CAO Wall to see if we need a moment to get some feedback on that. Otherwise, we can move to another question and come back to it. I think that's gonna come up on number 2 on the map, so we can always come back to it when there's a motion, but get that answered.
I was gonna say, it sounds to me like council's getting to the point where you might be finished with questions to Urban and time to have discussion amongst yourself on what you want to see on the map. Functionally, this map is what council wants it to be. So what you want is up to council. The question on the economic viability of a 3-story construction, under current conditions, probably not. You won't get a 3-story building constructed. But that doesn't mean conditions change in the future, and that doesn't mean that needs to drive what you decide to put in your OCP either.
Just over to Councillor Swift. I think the question is more around meeting housing.
But I guess what I was also thinking of would open the door to the possibility of some townhouse development, would it not? 3 stories?
Yeah, if that's what goes in there, yes.
Okay, we'll go over to Councillor Grant, and I'll come back to you if you have any other further questions or follow-up, and then Councillor Mayor,
I
sorry.
was just ready to move alternate number 3 of the recommendation with an addition, which I already had written out, so she beat me to it, which was to take the south side of Comox Avenue from Ellis to Rodello and reduce it to 3 stories. So the rest all being 6 stories down to the top of the hill, and that side being 3 stories. Now I would make that motion.
I might get you to repeat that motion because I was.
Yeah, that's no problem.
We're jumping ahead from 1, which is kind of standalone, and then
Yeah.
2 or 3 being the option.
So I'd like to move alternate number 3, which is reduce the height of the buildings to 6 stories.
That alternative number 3 is specific to the Marina Comprehensive Development. So just-
Okay, well, then,
So maybe I suggest instead of trying to put both of them in, if council just deals with number 3 and then put a secondary
And then-
motion in.
okay, that's fair, because you know what it's gonna be anyway. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and so I can't read it. Comprehensive, so that's Harbor and Marina and also our downtown area.
So you're saying a flat 3 for both the north and
No,
south side?
no, I'm saying reduce from 12 to 6.
Yes.
And then have 6 stories on the north side or the top side of Comox Avenue, all the way down to Comox Hill. On the bottom side of Comox Avenue or the south
South
side,
side.
go from Ellis Avenue to Rodello as 3 stories. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, we might be able to get that on the board.
Second.
So we'll do that for discussion. We might be able to get that new alternative recommendation on the computer possibly for more clarity for everybody. Councillor Hazlitt has a comment.
Yeah, I seconded the motion, but I am in favor of it as well. I think we heard pretty clear, whether it be in the engagement sessions put on by Urban and everything we've seen online or standing in a coffee shop line or whatever it may be, but that the community is pretty against incredibly tall buildings here. So while we still have to make up a lot of doors over the next little while, I think that's probably a good way for us to go. And it shows that we're looking for the future and we can help make up some of these numbers, but at the same time, we're still trying to listen to as best as we can.
Okay, thank you for those comments. So in support of the motion, and I'm still just going to check that we're getting that. Yeah, we're in discussion. I just want it popped up so it's clear on which items we're just getting it typed up.
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. So when you're talking about reducing the height south of Comox Ave, that includes south of Beaufort as well? So if you take a look at the map, you have the mid-rise mixed use south of Comox Ave, and you also have a mid-rise mixed use strip south of Beaufort as well. So does the current motion, as I understand it, would include the areas south of Beaufort?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So just for council's clarification, there's two items on the motion right now. One is to reduce the marina site, which is down there, from 12 stories to 6 stories. And the second is to reduce everything, to cap the height, everything south of Comox Ave, between Ellis and Rodello to 3 stories.
Yes.
The south side of Comox, everything on the south side of Comox Ave between those 2 streets to 3 stories.
And is it possible to get that on?
Yeah, I can work with Corinne, just give me a
Okay, and
moment.
we'll just continue discussion, but it would be helpful to have that so we know quite clearly. Councillor Mayor.
Well, I was actually going to suggest that just to kind of take the pressure off of everything, that we limit the downtown and Harborview corridor to 4 stories. For now, just to buy us time. And so to have a more nuanced conversation, I do think there's places where we can have more height and density, but I think the community has really clearly expressed that they need a little bit more time and they want to see visuals and they want to understand what that's going to look like. And so if I'm understanding it, that would still allow us to meet our requirements of Bill 44, but also because we are on a 5-year time cycle, this was my question for Nancy. I'm struggling a little bit with reconciling a 20-year vision, knowing that we actually have an opportunity to go and make some pretty significant adjustments in 5 years. So, if the marina folks come with some incredible concepts that are a 12-story hotel and everybody's like, oh, now I get it, then we could consider shifting that in 5 years. Right? Or if there was specific nodes along the corridor that people felt more comfortable with having more density in, we could adjust it then. Is that an okay way to think of this process?
Through the chair's point of clarification, well, one, it's possible to accept OCP amendments between major OCP reviews. So that's always at council's purview. And then, yes, if you wanted to take a closer look at downtown and then do a downtown development strategy and then amend the OCP after that, whether it be at the 5-year review or an intermediate time, that's an option for council. Just don't expect, based on the current market viability, a lot of development downtown in the meantime.
So, sorry, this is a question for CAO Wall. Would we be anticipating a lot of development downtown in the next couple of years?
I would be very surprised to see a redevelopment of a downtown site in the next 0 to 5 years, where you're taking an existing building, demolishing it, and then rebuilding up to a higher height. I don't believe the economics are there right now for it. I could be wrong. I think that we have seen proposals in the downtown with already owned land struggle to find the ability to get financing to construct, let alone where you're having to tear down a building and reconstruct.
Okay, so the motion is coming on. Was there any follow-up on that, Councillor Mayor?
I can't remember process-wise how you would propose an alternate motion.
Depending on if it's a friendly amendment, we can look at an amendment. If it's a completely changed motion, you would vote against the motion on the floor, and if it didn't pass, have a new motion come up. A changing of stories would be a completely
So
different
your
motion.
option here would be to vote against this.
Right.
And if it fails, then
Right.
you can bring up your other motion.
The-
Otherwise, this is the motion we're dealing.
Okay.
And you can state in your comments what you would support, so
So-
that's on the table.
Yeah, just to be, I want to make sure I'm clear where we are right now. So Councillor Mayor, we have the motion on the table, which is up on the screen. And what you are saying is that you would like to see further reductions within the Harbor View corridor. So you are supportive of it sounds to me like you're supportive of the reductions that Councillor Grant has put in, and you, given the opportunity, would further reductions in a larger geographical area. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so with that, my advice would be you would want to probably support Councillor Grant's motion and then bring in another motion after that to further reduce. The risk being that if you defeat Councillor Grant's motion and then you don't have yours passed, then you're in a worse position than you would have been. If that makes sense.
Different options. I see Councillor Kerr online.
Thanks. Just for clarity, if we approve this, does that mean the north side of Comox Ave would be pre-zoned for 6 stories?
It wouldn't be pre-zoned for 6 stories. It would have an OCP designation for 6 stories. And again, if the desire is for the north side to be less than 6 stories, you can pass this motion, introduce a new motion to deal with the north side. But just to be clear, none of this is pre-zoning. This is just your OCP designation for what you would accept there into the future, what you see there into the future.
Councillor Mayor, thank you for.
Sorry,
deciding between.
I just want to clarify decision-wise. So if it's in the OCP but not zoned, so the public's opportunity for feedback is now in the OCP process. If we had an application, it would be council's discretion, but there would be no open house. But we could still say no. Council could still say no.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll be talking about pre-zones August 13th.
Yeah,
Sorry,
just to be
Councillor Grant.
clear on this too, this is going into our OCP, but this OCP is going back to the public to be, like, we haven't passed this yet. So this is just what we're gonna take out to the public, right?
Yes, and the
Okay.
update so far that you've proposed is from the 12 to the 6 on the specific property, and then the 3 stories on the south for the view and the hill from Councillor Swift.
Gotcha.
Okay, so the motion is there. I want to make sure everyone has the opportunity to speak to it. Councillor Blacklock.
Well, I think, I agree with the idea that we should be kind of terracing the view down. We should be stepping down. The height of land when it comes to downtown Comox is which street? It is, Bonavista is technically, probably the north side of Comox Ave is a little bit lower than some of the lots on Bonavista. But I agree that on the water side, you shouldn't have buildings going up, blocking the views of existing buildings. Now, that's true to some extent on 2 stories, but if you reduce it to 3, none are going to get built anyway. We've kind of already gone over the economics of that. It would be my preference that we leave the OCP at the 6 stories or reduce to 4 on the south side. So we have that step down effect, and then we can deal with each application as they come. And the property I'm most worried about, and one that I think deserves eventually in the next 20 years, a higher building, one with a social housing component, hopefully for veterans, is the old Legion site. If you restrict that site to 3 stories, I think that's the incorrect move. I'd like to see that story that go up high enough so that you could see over top of the existing church building at the base of Church Street, the Harbor Center. So why don't we go, I'm not going to approve this. I'm going to vote against this motion at 3 stories. I'm going to suggest it should be 6 stories on the north side of Comox Ave and 4 stories on the south side. But know that the public will get their opportunity to comment on each rezoning application as they come. And we will have a site-by-site community meeting on each one. So to me, that's what I would support.
I'm gonna go to Counselor Grant and then Counselor Swift.
So the motion says from Ellis down, so the Legion site that you're talking about would actually still be 6 stories. Yeah. Okay.
We can.
Okay,
take a
I've
recess and
clearly
then ask
confused
for more.
Rodello and Port Augusta streets. And it's, I don't really know the names of the streets. I just walk down them. Yeah, 50 years, exactly 50 years. So yeah, I withdraw my comment and I do support the 3 stories as, so we're out of downtown now. We're west of downtown. Sorry, Ken, I apologize for my mistake.
Okay, we're gonna move on to Counselor Swift.
No, that was just my comment as well.
Okay, just a question to planning or through to CAO Wall. If it is done on the OCP up to 6 stories, would that not be somewhat of a guiding principle that developments would be put in for that 6 stories? Like if council was targeting 4 or 5 or 6 stories, this is the primary kind of lead that development would look to see how high they can go as far as like a set precedent. If council had a desire to have a lower number, the OCP and the foundation really is the time to set that
Correct.
number.
It is, your land use designation should reflect what you would be willing to approve. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to. But if you know that you don't want a 6-story building in a certain location, or you don't want certain locations to have 6-story buildings, don't put it in your OCP as 6 stories.
Okay, thank you for that. So I will not support the motion. I think that going to 6 stories in all of downtown and the 3 stories on the south side outside of downtown just has the possibility of getting too big. And just listening to the community and the OCP, I would like to see that number be smaller, potentially at 4 or 5. We'll go to Counselor Grant.
Yeah, so the reason I did this was because we have a 30-year plan. We have to get housing for 20 to 30,000 more people. We have to look farther into the future than what we have been in the past. And I think that when you look at SHMU and you're resting your thoughts on SHMU, I think we're drastically out of whack with our SHMU numbers. I don't think we're even going to come close to hitting those. And that means that as we go through this, the pressure to go higher and higher and higher is going to be more and more and more. So I think that this is a reasonable way to do it, and it helps to try and keep the small town feel a little bit, at least in parts of Comox, as we come into our downtown. So I think if we don't go 6, I mean, we've already got 6-story buildings in our downtown anyway. So I'm not really sure why that would be a problem. But, it seems to me that, we have to, as much as I don't like it, we have to be able to go bigger if we want to reach these numbers, and SMU isn't going to do it.
I think the challenge for me is we have 1, and the impact of having 5 or 6 within a couple block is unknown, and the safety of the enjoyment of the 15,000 residents now and our rec center and our fire hall and all of those things has me really stuck at 4 or 5 and potentially 5 if economics really comes into play, because obviously supply and demand is a huge issue, but saying up to 6 stories for one whole side of the street for 5 or 6 blocks is just too risky, in my opinion. We will go to any other questions or comments on that motion. Councillor Mayor. Councillor Kerr.
Yeah, I just want to confirm again with staff, if it was all 4 stories, in the downtown corridor, downtown and the Harborview corridor, we would meet our 20-year housing needs assessment requirements.
Just noting again that if this is the OCP, not the pre-zoning, but with the OCP land use designations having those 4 stories, there is enough with the credit we get from projected small scale multi-unit housing development, there is enough already zoned land to meet the requirement to have 3,300 units. We'll have to do some on townhouses, but it is very unlikely that there needs to be more multifamily zoned in order to meet those current targets.
We're going to Councillor Kerr online, and then we'll go to Councillor Grant. Thank you.
Just maybe a process question for you, CA Wall. If we're having this debate kind of now about what's happening on the north side or what's happening downtown, should we vote for this and then discuss that, or add an amendment dealing with that piece to this motion and then discuss it as part of this motion?
It would be up to council how you want to handle it. I would say that there's enough information and decisions within this motion on the table that perhaps you deal with this and move on to a next. Again, you can do it differently, but I think it'll start to get confusing as more gets added in and out. I think just dealing with separate motions each time will probably be easier to understand.
Can I just clarify really quickly? So apologies, Councillor Grant. And the OCP land use map is in there. And so that also talks about the 6 stories, the way that this is worded, because I'm speaking from my own point of view, I'm okay with the 6 stories in the marina development, but the overall height restriction of 6 stories, I thought that was kind of a OCP land use, and we were discussing that in this motion.
That's correct. So this entire motion that you have is dealing with the OCP land use map, which is on page 381 of your agenda.
Correct.
It's 2 different items. You have the Marina Comprehensive Development Zone, and then you have the items on Comox Ave. Now, right now you have both of those as one motion. They are not dealing with the same item, so a member of council can request that those motions be separated and you vote on each portion of it if that's how you want to deal with it as well.
Was that the question, Councillor Kerr, whether they should be separated? The overall building height is included in that with the map attachment A there.
Sorry, yeah, I mean, I think we either deal with them all separately. Let's chop them all up and deal with them separately, or put them all together and have a holistic view. But dealing with a couple together and a couple together over here, it's getting confusing. So whichever way you feel is best, Chair, I think would be just pick one and go.
Yeah, I think reading it, the wording is a little bit confusing of whether we're talking about the actual north side of Comox Avenue or not.
So just to make it easier, when this originally started, I asked if I should have 2 separate motions, and you said no, put them together. I'm happy to separate the 2. I don't care. So, you know, if we do the top part and then the bottom part, that's fine with me. I don't care. Yeah.
That's probably going to be the easiest way to do that.
Yeah. I think the other thing you need to realize when you're looking at your downtown is when you're talking about 4-story buildings, you're talking about 2 stories of housing, because you have a story of parking and a story of commercial that you have to take into account. So you're not getting anything like the housing units that you think you're getting. And I can tell you now that there is nobody that's going to build one because it doesn't make economic sense. So that's another reason why I went to 6 on those.
CEO Wall has a comment.
Yeah, my advice to council is to start taking each one of these and talking about it, because I think what's happening right now is everybody's talking at different points of the map and it's getting lost. So my suggestion would be to split out those 2 motions, put the first motion on the floor, which is around the Marina Comprehensive Zone, deal with that, put the next motion on the floor regarding the specific area you want to deal with that, and then move to the next section.
Perfect. That works, and no motion is needed to do that, so we'll just split those up. So we'll leave it on the first one that Councillor Grant had, Part A, we'll call it. And that is specifically to have the 12 stories be changed to 6 stories on the Harbor and Marina Comprehensive Development. So we'll go for any new comments on that motion. Just the first paragraph there. Thanks, COL. Councillor Blacklock.
I expect, one of the visions or things we've talked about as a council is getting more tourist accommodation. I think this will be an excellent spot for that. And I worry if you restrict the height down to 6 stories, you're more likely to get, a 6-story box as opposed to a 12-story tower. And I think you would actually be saving more views and doing a better service to the community with a taller, thinner building. I mean, we looked at the new resort building up in Campbell River, adjacent to the golf course, conference center and spa with hotel. That building very, very boxy and doesn't provide the potential views that it could if it was thinner and taller. So I will not vote in favor of reducing the height to 6 stories.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on the portion to do with the Harbor and Marina Comprehensive Development at 6 stories, which is the motion currently on the floor? Councillor Swift.
Well, there's nothing to stop somebody coming with a proposal that's higher that would go through the process of going through our planning department. So I'm going to be in favor of the 6 stories.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments on the marina? All those in favor? Opposed? I'm just going to call that one more time. I didn't catch all. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that passes. Thank you for everyone's comments on that. And the next motion is that the land designation on the south side of Comox Ave between Ellis and Rodello be reduced to 3 stories.
I'll move that.
Moved and seconded, and with that motion, the rest of the map would remain the same unless there's further motions that come along to be clear. So we've had some discussion around that on 6 stories, on other comments on stories. So we are on this topic. New questions or comments? Okay, and again, you're voting on the reduction of to 3 stories on kind of a view corridor from Ellis and Rodello. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, I'm just gonna do that one more time just to make sure we have that clear. All of those in favor? Opposed? Okay, and that passes. I'm just going to put the motion on the floor for number 1 that we skipped over. That the land use designation for 2181 Comox Ave, high-rise residential in the draft OCP is shown in map A, OCP land use attached to the July 11th, 2025 report from the Director of Development. Be amended to include provisions requiring a tenant relocation strategy and redevelopment plan for the existing building as conditions of any rezone application over 6 stories. I will move that motion. Second. And questions or comments? And this is the one that was intended to be a stopgap between a policy, which was one of the action items in the OCP. There are no questions or comments on number 1. All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. So that takes care of those 3 recommendations. Are there any further recommendations for the map? We have Councillor Kerr online.
Well, I think a point that was made earlier is by Councillor Swift just a few minutes ago about, whatever we decide today, it's, developers could always come and ask for an amendment. And so as I think about this and I look at all the feedback that we received, I'm still just struck by this 84% number, which is, of all the people that took time to fill out the form, 84% were not in favor of higher than, 4 stories. So I would like to make a motion that we cap the building height to 4 stories in the downtown core. I guess that's the mid-rise mixed use story. Mid-rise mixed use. I guess that's the purple on the map, and the mid-rise residential to 4 stories. To me, that's kind of what I'm hearing from the public. I promised I would try to represent the public as best I can, and the overwhelming feedback from all of our forums that we've had is this. So I'd like to see how council views this and if there's any discussion about it.
Maybe can I just ask a few clarification questions, and then we'll get the motion on the table. So Councillor Kerr, the current draft OCP map has mid-rise residential and mid-rise mixed use residential, both at 6 stories. And so your motion is to move both of those down to the low rise residential and low rise mixed use.
That's correct.
And with that, there is the high rise residential at 9 stories. Would it also be to remove that from that 9-story to 4 stories?
I was going to chop that one up separately, but you know, I think I'd like to just focus on kind of the downtown corridor, and we can deal with that property after.
Okay, so then the motion, just for council's clarification, is that all mid-rise residential and all mid-rise residential and all mid-rise mixed use designations in the OCP map be changed to low-rise residential or low-rise mixed use. And then you'd still need a seconder on the motion.
Okay, do we have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Okay, seconded for discussion.
And then may I just ask a question?
Councillor Mayor.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just wondering if that would be for downtown and the Harborview corridor, or just for downtown?
The motion as on the table right now is for both areas.
It is for both.
Okay, great, thanks.
Councillor Grant, did you have your mic to?
Well, I didn't, but I will. So,
You turned your mic.
so, you know, if we're gonna go to 4 stories, then we would have to lower a bunch of the buildings in downtown because they're already over that. So I don't really get when we're trying to add more people and get more housing units into our downtown. And by the way, this really helps with your economic development and gets your downtown busier, which is another thing that everybody was asking for. I think that you need to go to that higher building height, or you're just never going to get there. We have right now, if you walk down our street, you can count retail shops. There's 8 of them total on our main street. It's little wonder there's no vibrancy there. And it's because there's not enough people living down there to draw the people in. I think that if we're going to actually start adding people to our community, the downtown is the actual place to do it. I mean, that should be the #1 spot to go. So to be lowering it in that area just seems really counterintuitive to me.
Councillor Swift.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a bit torn with this, but I look at the Berwick edition and how well that has fitted into the community, as well as 1700 Balmoral, which I believe is 5 stories. And I think a lot can be done with landscaping, and also I think we made the requirement that at the 4th story you have to step it back. So it's not like you're going to be looking at a big block. There are going to be some features that take away from the height. And I tend to agree with Councillor Grant, because we've been trying to do this economic revitalization of downtown, and getting more people there is the way to do it.
Yeah, kind of reading through the hundreds of feedback we've received, a lot by email recently and phone calls. I've been really torn between 4 and 5 stories. Today, just at like 3 o'clock, we got some more economic information on what could be economically viable to be built. I don't support 6 stories throughout the downtown. I'm a little bit torn on the 4, but if I had to go between 4 and 6, I would still stick to 4 with the high risk of what happens if we do all 6. So just thinking that over, but for me, 5 stories would have been the right number. And I know that's not, I'm not hearing a lot of support for that. So I'll go to Councillor Kerr.
Thanks, Mayor. You know, again, like, what are we doing here? We're talking about an OCP, right? It's an official community plan. Part of that is downtown economic vibrancy, and you know, our council, all of us, each of us very supportive of our BIA and our downtown. But this is an official community plan. We're trying to find the right balance between what the province is expecting of us in terms of growth, but also what we're hearing from the community. That's why we did all these community open houses, and all the forms are coming in, hundreds of them, etc. And it is an overwhelming community, like resounding community support for 4-story maximum. So I just can't support anything higher than that. The community is clearly telling us what they want. They've been telling us what they want for years. There's no change. In fact, it's even stronger in support of 4 stories as a cap. Like with the Berwick, like with 1700 Balmoral, developers might come and have a really unique spot or location and rationale, and the council of the day, of course, could always make exceptions, but those are for the day. And if we're setting our OCP based on community feedback, which is what an official community plan should reflect, then we must follow what the public have told us that we should do. So that's why I'm making this motion for 4 stories, and I hope most on councils will support this.
Councillor Mayer.
Yeah, I feel the same way as I said when I opened. I think that moving to 4 stories along the Comox Ave corridor can just kind of release a bit of a pressure valve. It's not to say that there aren't areas where we would have 6 stories. Maybe we would even consider more, but it means going through a different kind of process for that. In terms of supporting vibrancy, I think we have an increasingly vibrant downtown, and there are lots of examples of communities our size. 15,000 is a lot of people that are supporting vibrant downtowns. I think we can do it through thoughtful infill, through mid-rise housing, through like focusing on specific nodes where the community is able to support higher density. And then I'd really like to see us invest in walkability and in public spaces and design. Those are really important parts of vibrant economic development. That could also create more space for arts and culture and community connection, which is also really core to a vibrant community. So I'm comfortable supporting this.
Okay, before we call the question, we have Councillor Haslett, and it looks like the motion is being retyped there. So we'll give it a moment for that, and over to Councillor Haslett.
Personally, I think 6 stories is the number in here. We talk about downtown vibrancy and bringing people to the downtown, talking about walkability. We have, you know, that's the downtown's the area where you've got your shops and your restaurants, and we've got our marina, and you've got the golf course. There's your walkability right there. You can have everybody in a tight little area, and that is, to me, a great place that you can start bringing people in. I mean, we've got so many single family homes in town that aren't going to develop with this small scale multi-unit housing. You need to bring, we've been told we need to bring people in. The viability at 4 doesn't work economically. And I think for tourism and for our businesses and for all the shops that we're hoping to see, I think that you have to bring people into the downtown. And I think that 6 has to be the number in order for it to even take off and have somebody come in and build.
You didn't have a comment, did you? I'm not sure process wise is that. No.
That's the chair,
like-
just watching council struggle with this a little bit, but there's some general land use policies that council might want to consider that are in the document. like 21.5, I'm not sure what page it's on in your agenda, for example. Like the height is meant to be sort of a guiding principle for the land use designations. The zoning bylaw really sets the height limitation. But if, I think council's sending some loud messages here as you're generally feeling comfortable, some of you are generally feeling comfortable around 4. What do we do about this 5 and 6? There's some differing opinions. You might want to leave the door open for higher sites under extraordinary conditions, or when there's a substantial benefit to the community or a unique situation like a slope. Maybe it's only 4 on Comox Avenue, but it's 5 off Beaufort, for example. There's also inclusionary zoning and density bonusing coming. That you might have 4 stories, but if there's a density bonus involved, you might want to go above that. And I'm not sure that you want to be completely handcuffed in your land use designation. So I think, it's something to keep in mind. If council generally feels 4 is good, but you want to leave the door open in unique circumstances, we can write policies around that. If that helps council, I just want to clarify that.
I think we might be out of process, so I apologize for that. Yeah.
No, that's fine. I think what we should, I think that the discussion that council is having right now is the right discussion. There's a clear difference of opinions and it's going to need to be resolved by majority vote of council. Once that's done, staff will have an understanding of where you see what your vision is for the downtown, and we will take it back and we will incorporate the sort of items that that Nancy has brought up. But right now, I think council is having the right discussion and you need to push through to resolution.
Just one quick clarification. I think this was already asked. This does not, if voted in favor of 6 stories to 4 stories, that goes back to the marina development and changes that back to 4, or that is a separate already passed motion?
The marina development is a separate motion as a separate property, as well as the 9-story high rise.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure that was true. I am going to call the question unless it's new information. There was new information. Okay. We'll go to Councillor Blackwell because I don't think he's spoken, and then we'll go to Councillor Mayor.
No, I would vote against this motion to reduce from 6 down to 4 for the exact reason that a plan requires capital to make it work. At 4 stories, no one is going to build any of these buildings. So you're making a plan which is not future focused. We got to look 20 years in the future here, and 6 stories is the way to get there, dealing with each application as they come. And we are going, personally, I think at 6 stories on the high side of Comox Avenue, we're going to get the results that we need to close our infrastructure gap and be able to pay for the things without going to the taxpayer for 8, 9, 10% a year every single year. The revenue for the town will allow us to close that infrastructure gap. And I want to see buildings with mixed use components, offices, retail, vibrancy on the street. And that's the way I'm going to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mayor, and then we will call the question if there's no new questions.
Well, I have questions. They're questions for staff. I just wanted to understand what Nancy was talking about. I wanted to understand if there was a nuance that we would need to put into the motion that would allow for that kind of flexibility that you mentioned was possible from a policy perspective. That was one question. And then the second question is part comment and part question. So I think, like, for me, where this is coming from is really wanting the community to see that their concerns have been heard, and to kind of provide an opportunity for more nuanced conversation about where the density could go. One of the things that we haven't talked about at all is climate impacts, if there's any difference between 4 and 6 stories. And I'll bring up the trees again. If there's any kind of different tree impacts when we're thinking of 4 versus 6, tree and canopy, or if that's something that we would be dealing with separately.
Thanks. If I missed something, please let me know. So we'll start at the end. The higher you build, because you have to factor in the economics of it, but the higher you build, the less footprint is required on the building, which allows for the potential for more trees to be retained. So going up is generally better for tree retention. Moving on from that, when you're talking about environmental impacts, if you have, let's say you have a total of 12 stories, there will be less environmental impacts on 2 6-story buildings rather than 3 4-story buildings. Again, it's just because you're getting rid of the sprawl. And the last question, what I would suggest council do, I think that Nancy has raised some really good points there. This map already has seen a lot of changes. Council, I think you need to push through and make the decision on what you want to see on 6 and 4 stories. Staff is going to have to go back and take a look at the changes you've directed. And at that time, we can bring you recommendations to moderate and say, hey, you've reduced it to 4 stories, but let's consider this, this, and this, and how that can come in. But right now, I think the best thing for council to do is to push forward and make a decision on this 6 versus 4 story.
Okay, thanks. And clarifying, staff will come back with further recommendations regardless of the outcome on the map. Okay, so I will call the question. So it is on the computer there that all mid-rise 6 stories residential and mid-rise mixed-use land designations be changed to low-rise residential and low-rise 4 stories mixed-use buildings in the draft OCP land use designation. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is defeated. Looking for if there are any other motions in regards to outside of the downtown corridor or any other items. Okay, so it looks like there's no changes there for now. So thank you for that discussion. We are jumping around in the agenda. We'll do a couple more items and then take a quick break. We are on.
Sorry, just before we move on from that, recommendation number 2 for council to just wrap this all up and give direction for us to include this in the next draft. So
Sure.
that is that
That's
map
fine.
A as amended, OCP land use of the draft OCP attached to the July 11th, 2025 report from the Director of Development Services titled OCP Plan Update be approved for council inclusion in the draft OCP bylaws to be submitted to council in the future.
Thank you for reading that. And that is the top of page 7 of the agenda, H2 or A2 that we changed it to. So, okay, we'll make a motion and second, and then is it discussion on this item, Councillor Kerr? It's not on the floor yet.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about the other site that was the 9 stories.
Okay, we should probably do that before we do the map. So that's open the floor to you.
Okay, so this
Councillor
is the Mariner site. So I was suggesting that we lower that to 6 stories.
Okay, is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay, so a motion to change the Mariner site. Have to look up.
So the motion could be that we don't need to deal with address. We can say that the high-rise residential that the high-rise residential land use designation in the draft OCP map be changed from high-rise residential to mid-rise residential.
Great, that is the motion. And is there a seconder?
Second.
Okay, that's been moved and seconded. And for discussion, Councillor Haslett.
Was the idea in putting this into the draft OCP that there was a potential of someone coming along to build housing to support the Views site and the development that's going to go in there and provide housing for a lot of the employees that were going to be there?
That may be part of the business plan, but the hospital site also has plans to develop their own apartment building on the actual hospital site. The reason for this inclusion and suggestion in the OCP is the development proposal was to remove the 4-story building that they have and replace it with the 9-story while keeping all tenants. I would say, council, that this is a fairly rare type of proposal that a council will get where you're getting redevelopment. You're taking out old stock and you're going to be able to keep all of the residents. So that's why there's a special designation here for consideration, because this is a special type of proposal that municipalities don't usually see. What you will usually see is just buildings continually operated until they become undesirable places to be. Having said all that, that's up to council whether or not you want to keep it in here or not.
Go back to Councillor Kerr online and then to Councillor Mayer.
Thanks. Question, the CAO Wall. We have previously approved tonight, though, that anything 6 stories or above would have to have a tenancy provisions of finding places for those tenants. So we've already covered that off, have we not?
That was covered, correct? Oh, right, if it was changed to the motion, yeah. Councillor Kerr, do you want to ask that question one more time? CAO Wall's back.
Sure. Oh, so we previously talked about tenant relocation for anything 6 stories or higher. And since we already approved that, then this could be 6 stories and we'd still have the tenants having housing. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you. Council can still manage that through your zoning. It doesn't have to be included in the OCP.
And just to clarify, Councillor Kerr, it was over 6. There would be a plan not including 6.
Okay, thank you for the
It was
clarification.
over 6.
Yeah.
And the tenant protection is part of it. Again, that would be dealt with at the zoning application. I think the bigger portion of this is the redevelopment.
Councillor Mayer and then Councillor Swift.
Yeah, I think this is just a question to staff or perhaps Nancy, and it's more about, so again, I'm just thinking about this being one of the pieces that we had the most negative or kind of oppositional or worry about from the community. So that would lead me to be inclined to support the motion. But I'm also just really curious, like if we had something like this in here, does it set a precedent? Does it indicate that there's like more of a general openness to 9 stories potentially in other areas? So like, I'm just trying to understand if there's risks beyond people's discomfort, community's discomfort, which is obviously a really important part of this, but I'm trying to understand the broader risks to keeping it in.
Yeah, I can tackle that question. So when you have an OCP designation, a developer is going to come in and take a look and say, okay, well, there's a high likelihood that council is going to support that type of application that comes in. What is also going to happen is they're going to come in and they're going to talk to staff, and staff would have an understanding of the process that council went through on this. So if I had a developer coming to me, let's say council makes these changes and reduces the height. If I had a developer coming to me and saying, hey, I'd like to do a 6-story building in an area that council had just reduced the OCP from 6 to 4 stories. They'd ask me, well, do you think there's support amongst council for doing that? I would likely tell them, no, there's not. You can put an OCP application in front of council, but at the same time, they just looked at this last year and said they're not going to approve 6-story buildings at that time, right? So they are going to use this to try and find out information before they invest the amount of money required for them to go through an OCP change. Is that an answer to the question? Is it a half answer to your question? But it does get into, if there's a 9-story building designation here, it doesn't provide, your language was precedent. It doesn't provide precedent that other sites are going to be set to 9 stories. But if council removes this from 9 stories down to 6 stories, it does set precedent that you aren't really interested in a 9-story building there. Again, the developer may take on the risk, but if they come in and see that council looked at the site specifically, said we don't want 9 stories, we only want to go 6, it's going to be less likely that they're willing to take on the financial risk to try and make the change.
We had Councillor Swift and then we'll go to Councillor Grant. Thank you.
Thank you. When I first got wind of the whole idea of having 9 stories there, I thought, oh, that's ridiculous. That's just too much. But having thought about it and looking at the site, I think it's kind of a unique location in the community, and I would be willing to have it go to 9 stories. Especially if they're going to relocate the people there. It's a beautiful piece of property and the views down the street are amazing. I think it would be a fantastic place to live.
Counselor Grant.
Yeah, it sounds like one of those ones that, like Nancy was saying, it's kind of on a sloped site, right? So it's part way down the hill, so you're not gonna see 9 stories, but I'm sort of torn on this one, but my question is about the hospital site next door. If you go 9 stories on that one, does that sort of open the door for, now they've got comprehensive development zoning on that, so what happens to that site?
So the hospital zone is something we're gonna have to take a look at. It might have been an unintentional. No, I was saying it might have been an unintentional casualty of one of council's last motions. We've got to go and make sure that we understand all the implications of what's been done. And it's not, I don't want to go back and try and fix all those little minute things. That's for us to figure out and bring back to you. But to your question, does it provide precedent? No, it doesn't provide precedent. If you have a 9-story building, let's say the 9-story building goes on the 2181 Comox, and now the hospital comes in and they want 9 stories. They may say, hey, look, council allowed one to be built here. That indicates they may support it coming here, but it is totally within council's discretion. Anytime an OCP amendment or anytime a zoning amendment comes, there is no precedent. It is on a site-by-site basis. You are not beholden to any zoning decision that you have made anywhere else in the community.
Counselor Mayer.
Sorry, just one more question. Do we actually have an application for the developer, or is this all just maybe?
We do not have an application, no.
They've inquired preliminary a couple of times, but they weren't gonna do a plan if it was completely out of the run.
I think so. There are a lot of developers who are watching the OCP process to gain an understanding of what council wants. And once this process is done, they are going to make decisions on how they want to move forward in conjunction with the changing economics that are happening right now.
Okay, before we go, I saw Counselor Hazlett's hand and then Counselor Grant.
So I find this site pretty interesting. I've looked at it quite a few times. I think I'm generally in support of the 9 stories there because where it sits, it doesn't really affect the view of anybody else behind them because there isn't really anybody else behind them. Emerald Shore sits just to the west of it and they're not being affected. The space itself doesn't have anyone behind it either. So I think that it is kind of a rare spot because it's not in the middle of anything. It's kind of tucked against our border where we've got, you know, a really strong tree canopy there of really tall firs. And I think that this is kind of one of those rare places where we can put a building in and get a lot of, you put the building in and we could get a lot of density there without really affecting anybody else surrounding them. You know, pretty quickly, we're going to have a roundabout there that's going to change, or a couple of roundabouts that are going to change the traffic pattern there. So things will get substantially easier getting onto Comox Ave from both the south and the north. So I think I'm generally in favor of having 9 story.
Great, thanks. We have Counselor Grant.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
And then Counselor Kerr.
Sorry, if we went to a 6-story building there, what happens to the tenancy? Like you said, well, we can deal with that through zoning, but you wouldn't be able to keep them housed as you were building if you only did a 6-story building. So that's one concern I have.
Yeah, I think the plan for the developers, they're going to build next to the current building, relocate the tenants prior to demolition, but whether or not they are able to make that work economically on a 6-story versus 9-story, but you'd have to have the proposal actually come in.
Okay, so we don't know. Okay.
We have Counselor Kerr.
again, if I'm speaking from my own personal view, I'm okay personally with a 9-story building there for all the reasons said. It's a unique piece. It's kind of tucked out of the way. But again, this is about an official community plan. The community has said they do not want 9 stories there. So hence my motion to drop it to 6, which I think would be more palatable to the community. Again, I think we should be reflecting the community views in the OCP, and that's what I'm trying to do with this motion. Thanks.
We have Councillor Mayor, and then we'll look to call the question. There's no new.
Yeah, I would consider this if there was an actual application. I'm really hesitant to designate it as 9 stories in the OCP. There's nothing to stop the developer from selling it and somebody else to come and us getting something completely different than what the original intent was. And given the concerns of the community, I'll be voting in favor of the motion.
Okay, with no further discussion, we will call the question. So that's on the specific site, well, sorry, the high-rise residential designation, but talking about the Mariner Building to draft OCP, maybe change to mid-rise 6-story residential. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's defeated. Did you mean to be in favor, Councillor Rudd?
Sorry.
Did you mean to be in favor?
Yes.
Okay, just checking to go down to 6. Perfect. Clarifying. Just checking our votes there. Yeah, okay. Are there any other map specific changes? And if not, we will move the map forward to the next phase of the draft. Okay, so as CAO Wall read out to us previously, there is the point number 2. It's in the agenda. It's on package possibly 279, but it's H2 moved to A2 that map A is amended. OCP land use of the draft OCP attached to the July 11th, 2025 report from the Director of Development Services titled Official Community Plan Update be approved by Council for inclusion in the draft OCP bylaws to be submitted in Council in the future. We can get a motion. It's been moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those any questions or comments on that map being forwarded? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. So we are now on to new business, the item A, which was moved, the 2026 to 2030 budget schedule. And the motion is that the July 16th, 2025 report from the Director of Finance titled 2026 to 2030 budget schedule be received for information.
Received. Second.
That's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on the budget schedule? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. We are on page 178, the Aspen and Bolt Sidewalk and Bike Lane Project, that Council direct administration to proceed with option 2 as outlined in the July 11th, 2025 report from the engineering manager titled Aspen and Bolt Sidewalk and Bike Lane Project, and to install shared vehicle bike lanes and parking on both sides of Aspen Road adjacent to Aspen Park. And there is also an alternative to that recommendation of option 1. We can get a motion from one of those options. Moving option 2.
Yep.
Okay, so option 2, and there's been a seconder and now open for discussion. Councillor Mayor.
Sorry, I'm still trying to get to the page in the agenda.
Yes.
It was just a question. I wanted to make sure I understood what the plans were for either side of of that section. So as a cyclist, I think I saw that there's currently no bike lane designation actually for quite some time. So I just want to understand what the plan is. So we're going to have this one little section that's going to have some bike lanes, both directions. It's going to disappear. So when are we filling in? What's the plan to kind of connect the different bike lane parts? And is this the best option, the safest option for having a bike lane that is gonna disappears intermittently?
Yeah, thank you. So the decision right now, the recommendation from staff is option 2, which moves to the shared bike lanes. So you're going to move from a delineated bike lane to a shared bike lane back to a delineated bike lane. If you want to maximize safety for bikers, I think that would probably be option 1, where you have the delineated bike lanes instead of the shared bike lanes. If you move there, you're going to lose parking on the north side of Aspen. So it really is a decision on, do you want to keep parking on the north side of Aspen and lose the delineated bike lanes, or do you want to keep the delineated bike lanes and lose parking on the north side of Aspen?
Councillor Kerr.
I bet you everyone in the room can guess what I'm going to say next, but I'll say it anyway. So if I have to choose between parking slots and biker safety, I'm going to choose biker safety every day of the week, including Wednesdays, council days. So I'm very much in favor of option 1. There is parking in other spots. The report talks about other ways to find parking in that area. There is the school on the other side of the fields with ample parking. If you're a cyclist, you know this. There was a cyclist killed yesterday, on Anderton in our community. We know the most dangerous part is when cars and bikes need to navigate together. When there are dedicated biking lanes, safe for the cars, safe for the pedestrians, and very much safer for the cyclists. It would be a real shame in this school zone to have bikers having to weave in and out of shared bike lanes. I couldn't imagine us doing this beside a school zone for the sake of a few parking spots. So I'll be voting against this option 2.
So those comments, I'll go to Councillor Swift, but Councillor Haslett, I think you were next, and then Councillor Swift.
I'm in favor of option 2. We're up around this area quite a bit. It's quite close to my house. And I think it's a really good way, especially during the baseball season. You routinely see vehicles kind of parked all over and jamming everywhere they can possibly be. Aspen School doesn't have ample parking for all the vehicles that are coming there to watch. And I think that it is a good way for an area that's got park speed limits because of the ball field right there in the proximity to the school. And I think that this is a good area to be able to have that mixed use of traffic.
Councillor Swift.
Thank you. The school zone is actually around the corner and down on Bolt Avenue. So I think we're talking about the Aspen Road piece. And if I was a resident on the other side and lost all my parking, I wouldn't be very happy about that. I was there quite a bit over the weekend. There were some ball tournaments going on there and there were cars everywhere. So I think that we need to maximize the parking there. And, recently Beaufort Avenue, after all the repaving from the sewer conveyance, it's a shared road and it seems to be working really well. So I'm really in favor of option 2.
Councillor Blacklock.
I'm also in favor of 2, but I would like to see some dedicated bike lanes. And I think the solution would be to eliminate the forest on the corner and make that a parking lot for the ball fields. That would be a great solution to this. And then we would have room for cars and bikes.
Okay, we have option 2 on the table. Councillor Kerr.
Yeah, I know I'm not in the room, but I can tell when I'm being made fun of. So, again, I think choosing parking over safety is a mistake. It's a mistake for this council to do this. I'd be very disappointed to see this go through with option 2. I think at the very least, we should ask for a delegation from the Cycling Coalition to give their opinion. If they come and say, you know what, this is fine, we're okay with this. They're experts in this. They're the ones that teach the kids how to do cycling properly, how to change lanes. And if they're in favor of it, then I'll be in favor of it as well. But right now, as it stands, yeah, I can't vote for parking over safety. Sorry.
Just a comment, the 2 options show parking on both sides or parking remaining on the one side, but there was no option with parking being left with the residents and there being one designated bike lane. Is there any alternative option that wasn't considered that does take potentially some of the parking away, but does offer a more safe option for the bike lane? Like,
So you're saying to have parking along the north side of Aspen, not on the south side, and then bike lanes after?
yeah, I have a chat, like safety is number 1, but taking away residents' parking that they've had is not necessarily.
I'll turn that back to our engineering team to see if that's possible.
So one option is there's parking along the field where the baseball players play, and then the other option is keeping both. Was there an option explored of just keeping where the houses are? So I don't know if it's north or south.
No, we didn't look at that option. Part of the problem with trying to keep the parking on the residential side and having the bike lanes weave in and out on the park side is that you are weaving in and out. So typically you want to have a bike lane be nice and straight. So if we were to switch the parking on that short stretch to the residential side, the bike lane would be what would have to go into that parking pocket and into that widening. So as you're cycling down the road, you would end up sliding over and then back into traffic. You would have to transition the lane as well. So the lane would have to shift, whereas with what is set up right now, the lanes are straight through. You do have either the dedicated bike lanes on both sides or transition from the dedicated lane to the shared lane. So the cyclists are going straight through this area. It's you're not intermingling through traffic and you're not trying to have traffic weave in and out of lanes. I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah, but if we move forward with option 2, you would have that commingling also.
Only with the parking, right?
Right.
So you do have the commingling, but it's, as Councillor Swift mentioned, it would be the same as what we have on Beaufort Ave right now, or Bolt Ave in other areas, even in around the corner on Bolt in front of the school. We have the shared bike lanes as it sits right now. So
What
it's
is the
not-
time sensitivity of potentially getting Cycling Coalition to be able to give feedback, or would they have been approached already?
They have not been approached for this.
Okay, and time sensitivity as far as making a choice on option 1 or 2, is it time sensitive to this evening, or we have?
This is
some
grant
room?
funded, so we
Of
do,
course.
as it sits right now, have to have this constructed by the end of March of next year.
Okay,
Ideally, we would be getting a decision from council on this tonight to be able to move forward, get into tendering and construction work. We're at about 90% in terms. This is a relatively small change that would have to happen to the drawings, but in order to be able to get going with construction during this construction window, it would be, we are kind of up against it right now. That's not saying that we can't ask for an extension on the grant.
Or constructed in the spring of next year.
The problem with constructing in the spring of next year is there is asphalt work and the plant doesn't usually open until after the grant would be needing to be conducted.
Okay.
I think the challenge is we have like 4 or 5 days to mull it over, and the safety concerns are unknown, and
Well, we're
there's
also,
an increase in bike accidents, so it's hard to be able to make the decision on option 1 or 2, knowing there are.
we also know that we have to schedule a special council meeting for the e-scooters. So that could be something we invite the coalition. If council requires that before you're ready to make a decision, we can probably invite them and move this over to a meeting next week.
Great, that's helpful information for our deliberations here. I'm not supportive of either of those options without at least exploring a little further with the experts in that field to see if there's any further options that could happen on that, but I appreciate the work to date. I just am not comfortable with safety personally. Counselor Mayor? Sorry, you don't have to. I thought you had your hand.
Oh, no, it's okay. I feel the same way. I feel like actually, if one of these options presents safety concerns, then I would not want to support it, but I don't feel like I have quite enough information, and I'm not sure, like, I feel like there's no bike lanes on either side, so as well. So I don't feel like I have the full picture. So I could put forward a motion that just requesting staff.
There's a motion on the floor for
Oh,
option
right.
2, so I think what
Okay.
we'll do is if you would want, actually, sorry, we'll go over to.
If I may, Councilor Mayor, part of the grant is to install bike lanes from Guthrie all the way to Anderton. So this is just one small section of the project,
Yeah,
and
okay,
we will
that's
have
helpful.
bike lanes the rest of the way. It would just be this small section that may be a different,
Thank you. That's really helpful.
different service treatment.
Thanks.
If I may as well, we are working with McElhaney on this, who do have traffic experts and do have traffic engineers working on this. So both of these options have been vetted through McElhaney and have been developed by McElhaney and using their traffic engineers. With it being within the playground zone, I do appreciate the comments about safety, but with this being within the playground zone and it's solely within the playground zone, during the daylight hours, it is a 30-kilometer-an-hour zone. So it is signed and speed limit is 30 kilometers an hour through this section.
Thanks for those additional comments. I do think people fly through there, but just driving it. I've lost track if there was someone in the queue. So there is option 2 on the table. If there are no further questions or comments, we will vote on that. If there is interest to have at least some feedback, either by a presentation or just simply staff contacting to get any further option feedback, you would vote not in favor of option 2. So all those in favor of option 2, which is the motion on the table. Okay. And opposed? Okay, and that passes as option 2. So we will leave it there. Thank you for staff for answering those questions. I was going to take 5 minutes after the next one, but we can take 5 minutes right now. So yeah, we will take a 5-minute break and convene at 8:25. Email me. Mhm. Okay.
No, I already told you. So yeah, where you can sign.
Are you emailing that to me? Okay, we're coming back into our regular council meeting shortly here. I would like to bring back a motion for reconsideration on the mid-rise to high-rise decision that was made, which I am able to do. It is coming to my email, or I may have staff. I'm gonna have someone
Okay.
read that out for me, please.
So I'll just introduce the motion of reconsideration to council. So a motion of reconsideration can be made within the same council meeting if a member of the winning side of the vote has decided that they would like to reconsider the vote that they took. And so Mayor Minions would like to introduce a motion to reconsider the following motion, that the high-rise residential land use designation in draft OCP map be changed from high-rise residential to mid-rise residential. So this was the decision on whether or not to move from the 9 stories to the 6 stories. That motion was defeated, keeping that property at the 9 stories. Mayor Minions was on the successful side of that vote, so she can introduce a motion for reconsideration. So the way this is going to work is Mayor Minions will put the motion for reconsideration out. The first vote is on whether or not council is willing to reconsider that motion. If that passes, then the motion comes back on the table and council has to vote on it. So the debate on the motion that is on the floor now is only around whether or not this motion should be reconsidered. And if council reconsiders it, then you can get back into the merits of the decision.
I would ask that this motion is reconsidered because we will be looking at that map again. And so I would prefer that it accurately reflect what. As soon as I made the vote, it did not feel like the right decision based on the conversation we had had before. So I would have liked to flip my vote from in the affirmative to opposed. So I do understand I need a majority to do that now, but I'll also have the opportunity to do it at a later date with the map. So I would ask that we could reconsider motion above. My words aren't even working anymore. That the high-rise residential designation in the draft OCP may be changed to mid-rise 6 stories residential. So we're not voting on the motion. We're voting on whether we can bring it back to the table. So all those in favor of it being reconsidered? Thank you very much. So now the motion is on the floor. Is there any questions or comments on that motion?
I'll just add a little bit of clarification. If you want to keep it at 9 stories, you vote against the motion. If you would like it to be 6 stories, you vote for the motion. So 9 stories against, 6 stories for.
Okay, so all of those in favor? I didn't see any hands up, but sorry, is there any new discussion or questions on the motion that we are re-discussing? Thank you. Should make sure I get this right this time, since I did it wrong last time. All those in favor
6 stories.
of 6 stories? Opposed? And that is passed. But I would. We haven't used that policy before, so that was. It's always a first.
Yes.
Okay, so we're on page 182 of the B City Canada designation, request for council resolution. I am not going to read out the many points there. I believe we can resolve 1 through 5 unless council has any issues. So that has been moved and seconded. It is now on the floor for discussion. Again, that's on page 182 and it's the B City Canada designation that is quite lengthy. Councillor Haslett.
I feel that it is ridiculous that we have to spend money to be a B city when we could simply just do all the things in it and not pay to be named a B city. We could do everything and not spend the administrative money to be actually named to be city. We're doing all the stuff, but we're not spending money on another organization just to say that we're part of the group.
Puts us in a leadership role and other communities may follow suit, but thank you for the consistent feedback on that. That is good. Thank you. The viewpoint. Any other questions or comments from council? All those,
How many other B cities are there? Like, are we the first? Yeah. Like, is there anybody else on Vancouver Island even that's doing this?
I'll ask, I don't know if staff will have the answer on that, and we'll try to get back on track because we've got some serious things left. We may have to make the decision. I think it's $3,000 per annum, roughly. 3,200, my apologies. We may have to make that decision.
Looks like over 190 B communities across Canada, including municipalities, First Nations, schools, campuses, and businesses.
Okay, I'm not gonna be a jerk, but we're gonna get back on protocol. So that answered the question. There's over 190. The cost is $3,200. The motion on the floor is for items 1 through 5. Is there any new questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes. Thank you. Hands up higher, count more. We're on page 201, the Comox Recreation and Park Fees Bylaw number 2035 for first, second, and third reading. That's been moved and seconded. And questions or comments? Thank you to REC for providing the history on how often they've been updated and the different rates in comparison to City of Courtenay. That made it very helpful to look over, and we are cheaper in some of the longer packages and longer terms. So thank you for that. All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. We are now on page 217, Public Art Policy. We have policy CCL-082, the Public Art Policy for adoption.
Second.
That has been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on the Public Art Policy? Councillor Mayer.
Well, I'm just really thrilled to see this move forward, and I want to thank CAO Wall and all the folks in community. We had input from CV Arts and Pearl Ellis and from the museum, and I hope it'll continue to generate some discussion. And most importantly, I hope it will result in public art. However, for it to result in public art, we do need to put a little bit of money beside it. Artists are wonderful people, and they also need to be paid for their craft. So I understand, so there's a process question of, I have a motion that I'd like to make, sorry, can you please tell me if I do that now or? Yeah, okay. Oh, Siri thinks I'm, so just give me a sec because I have to find the page. Okay, so from what I understand, we have $65,000 in our special projects budget that, if unspent, will be rolled into our asset savings. So my motion is that council allocate up to $10,000 from the special projects budget to support the implementation of the public art policy, including installation supports and fee waivers for equity deserving applicants.
Okay, so that was a motion to be included in the policy, correct? Okay, so that's.
Just a question on that. This is a one-time $10,000 grant that you want to put out from the Special Projects Fund?
Correct.
Okay, so I would suggest that council deal with the policy, pass it or amend it, and then once that's completed, we can consider this motion because it doesn't amend the policy moving forward. It's a one-time grant.
Thank you for that feedback. So we'll save that for after policy. So is there any questions or comments on the policy CCL-082? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. And I'll go back to Councillor Mayor just to repeat that motion.
Okay. The council allocate up to $10,000 from the special projects budget to support the implementation of the public art policy, including installation supports and fee waivers for equity deserving applicants.
I will second for discussion. Councillor Hazlitt.
What would make a deserving applicant?
Sorry, an equity deserving applicant would refer to somebody who says that they're financially unable to pay the $50 fee.
And then with the 10,000 pay for supplies?
Yeah, yeah,
It's essentially us buying their art.
yep, correct.
Wait for the art
It's
to be
paying
finished
for
before we
art.
buy it?
There's a process. I think that you'd work it out with the artist. And in some cases, to be frank, this wouldn't be nearly enough money. So in that case, we would have to seek other funding. So for example, I think there's been discussions about partnering with Comox First Nation on some art pieces. And I think for many installations like that, it's probably going to be more than $10,000. But this is just to get us kind of started and see, we'll learn a lot, I think, through this first year about what is actually needed to support public art. Or
So a one-time pilot and see how it goes. Okay, was the intent. Any other questions or comments on the $10,000? Councillor Swift.
And sorry, where is the money coming from?
I'm given to understand that we, do you remember when we did our special projects budget, we left a whole bunch unallocated. So it's in that budget of ours, and that money, if unspent, just goes into our asset savings. Yeah.
Councillor Haslett.
And then would the policy still be in place for, I guess, we pay the artist for it. It then becomes ours, then we're responsible for maintenance and decommissioning and things like that.
Maybe I'll turn that over to CAO.
That's something we'll have to figure out if council approves the funds on this. If council is going to be making a $10,000 investment in the piece of art, it would be outside of this policy. I would think that we would secure the requirement for it to be displayed for a certain amount of time, because under the public art policy as we envisioned and council has adopted, there's no town funding going towards it. So if an artist decides they've put it up for a couple of years and they want to take it down, that's up to them if they want to do it. If council is going to be commissioning a piece of art for $10,000, we would be looking at some sort of ownership or requirement for public display.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? And that passes. Councillor Curry, your camera's a little blurry. I could have saw a hand, but okay, we're good. Just wanted. Okay, so we are moving on to the rezoning application, RZ 24-4 for 1946 and 1950 Comox Ave. There's 1 and 2, but we do have a presentation. So Robin is coming up to give.
It's the sun, I think.
Good evening.
Welcome, thank you.
I'm Robin Pallett. I'm a planner with the town. And I'm here to give you a brief introduction into the proposed development at 1946 and 1950 Comox Avenue. And I'm just waiting for that. Thank you. And I'm going to do a little test with the. All right. Okay. So yeah, so I'm going to give you a brief introduction onto the proposed development. We did hear from the applicant earlier. I'm also going to give you a bit of an overview with the recommendations for road dedication for connecting Ivy Place to Comox Avenue. So the subject site is fronting onto Comox Avenue. It's also bound by Buena Vista Avenue and Ivy Place. Anderton Road is about 110 meters or so to the west. There are 228 dwelling units proposed across 3 buildings. Those buildings would be about 5 or 6 stories each. They would be framing an interior courtyard that would be open to the south to Comox Avenue. There are a few proposed amenities, including open space in the corner, daycare facility, and a multi-use path along Ivy Place. There is vehicle access proposed from Comox Avenue and Buena Vista Avenue. I've got Comox Avenue asterisked there, and that's just to indicate that that access is not permitted by bylaw. So Ivy Place, it's a road. It's not a greenway as indicated on the plans, but it does have a multi-use path that is proposed. So right now the applicant is proposing 5.8 meters of road dedication along Ivy Place. And then that tapers down to about exactly 2.5 meters along the pedestrian connection. That proposed road dedication includes the multi-use path. Staff recommend that the owner provide 5.8 meters of road dedication along the whole east side of the site. So that includes along Ivy Place and the pedestrian connection. I'd like to say that on the air photo there, I've got a black rectangle. That's to show the inset map that you see on the left. It's not to indicate any dedication or anything. The dedication is shown on the inset map on the left as in red as what's proposed, and the purple as what is recommended by staff. So staff do recommend an extension of Ivy Place that would be achieved partially through the recommended road dedication from the subject property. The draft OCP does call for 6 stories at the for future development on the lands east of Ivy Place. So with that increased pressure on the road network in this area, an extension of Ivy Place to Comox Avenue is recommended. And then where it meets Comox Avenue would be right in and right out. So the purple road dedication is the recommended, as I mentioned previously. And if that was required, it would involve some changes to the site. It would involve some buildings that would have to be moved, and the parking structure would also have to be redesigned. Sorry. There are also some implications off-site. 1924 and 1930 Comox Avenue. Those are the 2 single-family properties fronting Comox just to the east of the site. If those 2 properties were consolidated for a development site, then there was no and the recommended road dedication was not required through this development, through the subject development, then the future road dedication area would really restrict the development of that site. If 260 Ivy Place were included in such a land assembly, then future road dedication would be required, and that would create an undersized road in the event that the additional recommended road dedication was not provided. That would result in a road that is under the standard size that's required by the bylaw. And this slide is really just for discussion, just to demonstrate the proposed road dedication, recommended road dedication, and in the event of development of the properties to the east, what the future road dedication area would look like. Thank you.
Might have some questions here. So just to check, one of their first comments was around the driveway. They wanted to have an in-out on Comox Ave and full access on Buena Vista. Is that now okay with planning? And I apologize if that was in there as a...
So the access from Comox Avenue, that's not permitted through the highway use bylaw.
Okay.
It's really part and parcel. If we get the road, if council requires the road dedication on Ivy, the idea is that there is no access onto Comox Ave. If council does not require the road dedication on Ivy, then the access would be on Comox Ave. It's two separate parts, but
together.
it's functionally the same decision.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And you mentioned that if Ivy Place was not required, then it would already be a CD development. So that also packages in that one in theory.
Yeah, and really the only decision for council to make is whether or not you want to require the road dedication on Ivy. That informs everything else.
Dominoes, everything
Yeah.
else. Thank you. That's helpful. Questions for Robin before we get into discussion? Specific. We have Councillor Kerr online.
Just one quick question, like, I understand that they would need to move the building and the parking structure. Was that known while they were doing the design that they were kind of encroaching on that requested road dedication and they went ahead anyway, or did this come up late to them? I'm just curious about the process, why they would do that if they knew that we were taking the road dedication.
So where we are in the process right now is they haven't submitted an application. They have known since the beginning that this is something that we were going to ask for. We have been stuck at this point with them for probably 3 years. Not because we've been actively working with them for 3 years, but they come back, they don't want to give the road dedication. They say, fine, they go away, work on another project. When that project's done, they come back, we get into the same, and it's just been a hamster wheel. And so the solution that was called for in the development application review is when you get to this point where you're stuck with the developer and staff can't agree on how to move the project forward, it comes up to council. And that's why the only thing you're taking a look at right now is the road dedication. They are a ways away from submitting a completed application, but in their view, they can't submit a completed application until they get this decided by council, because the amount of money that they need to spend in order to get a completed application they want to submit a completed application to council without the road dedication, but the amount of money it's going to take them to do that, they don't want to expend that if council is just going to say no and they have to go and spend that money to redevelop it afterwards. So council, you don't have to give them an answer. You can say submit a complete application and we'll look at it at that time, and they're going to have to take the risk. But what we're doing here is allowing council to weigh in to give direction to both staff and the developer on how to resolve an issue that has been stuck between the two of us for years now.
I didn't see hands. I'm going to go Councillor Hazlitt, Councillor Mayor, Councillor Swift.
Thanks. Truthfully, I don't think that Ivy Place needs to be punched through. I like this right in, right out of the property they've got there, as well as on Bona Vista. I think it was 280 people going up and down Ivy Place and Bona Vista. That would enrage the residents of that area even more. And then the likelihood of 260 Ivy, 1930 and 1924 ever getting together, but the three of those are involved. I just don't think that that's a big enough kind of hill for us to die on this. I'd really like to see something move forward on this property, and the right in, right out of that is what's going to make it work. Then I think that's just fine. I don't think it's a big enough deal for us to tell them that.
We'll go Councillor Mayor and then Councillor Swift.
I understand that this is just about the road dedication, but I just have to ask about the interconnected kind of issues with this one, so that I understand kind of how the sequencing would go. This is partly because I know that this site, there are lots of concerns from residents in the areas about the density that is being proposed and the trees, the mature kind of canopy loss, and the impact to Buena Vista itself, which is a really unique street in the town. And there's the displacement of the people who are currently housed there. And so understanding that we're really here just to talk about this road dedication, I just want to make sure I understand how this would go from here and how some of those issues could be addressed along the way. Should we get an application from them?
Yeah, thank you. So there are a number of unresolved issues with the applicant. I think at this point it is looking like when I'm going to back up. Okay, so the process would be council is going to make a decision tonight. Potentially, you can say you're not going to make a decision as well. That will inform the rezoning package that they're going to bring to council. We know, working with the applicant, that they have a number of items that they need to take care of before staff would consider them having a completed application ready to come to council. That includes ensuring that they have sewer capacity, ensuring that they've got tenant relocation, affordable housing contributions. There's a whole number of things that need to get sorted out before a completed application comes to council. What this does is it allows them to go back and design the site, understanding what their limitations are going to be. Now, having said that, council, you are not making a final decision on this today. There is no decision that you can make today that will fetter your ability to make decisions in the future. Having said that, sorry, I just got distracted by Tim coming in. Where was I? You can't fetter your decision making in the future. It's not a final decision. You are going to be able to make a choice on this, weighing the entire facts of the application. It does appear right now that we might be bringing an application back to council in the future that doesn't have complete staff support on a number of items, but we have time to figure those out. Does that answer your question? You might have to ask again, sorry.
Councillor Swift.
Thank you. I'm in favor of not pushing Ivy Place through. I think having a pedestrian and cycling walkway there is absolutely ideal and fits in with the OCP that talks about mid-block land designations being acquired to facilitate these kinds of movements through the town for public circulation. So I don't think it should ever be a road. It's you don't need it. There's Church Street and there's Anderton. I think the right in, right out makes sense. And if it were ever to be a road, you'd never be able to turn left and go into Comox anyway. So I think having it as pedestrian and cyclist friendly is the way to go.
Thanks for those comments. I'll just check if there's any more questions for Robin, and then we'll maybe move into a motion. Okay, thank you very much, Robin, for the presentation.
Thank you.
Councillor Swift, did you want to make a motion? You basically spoke to him there, so.
I think it's the alternate motion, isn't it?
The floor is open, but Councillor Swift, are you okay with someone else making a
Yes,
motion? You have the mic now, but Councillor Blacklock?
So I'll take a stab at it here. And I would move that council direct staff to work with the applicant to bring forward a zoning amendment bylaw with conditions identified in the July 11th, 2025 report from the planning department for RZ 24-4, excluding a road dedication to allow for Ivy Place to connect to Comox Avenue. And that the development's road access be from Comox Avenue and Bonavista.
That's been moved or seconded, just getting the nod from staff that covers what's required this evening, and planning says yes. Councillor Hazlitt.
And we did discuss, I believe it was probably many hours ago, but that hammerhead design is going through. We're not requiring a giant.
That's correct. Well, I need a seconder for my motion.
It was seconded.
Oh, very good.
It was moved, seconded. We're into discussion. Any further questions or comments before we call Councillor Blacklock's motion? All those in favor of the alternative motion on the table? Opposed, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. We are on page 255. We have road encroachment parklet license agreements. That the road encroachment parklet license agreements for 1 Impresso Cafe and 2 Tile Cafe for the term January 1st, 2025 to December 31st, 2029 is attached.
Move that.
Second.
My apologies. Okay. No, that's true. Okay, so that is moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on the parklet license agreement? And we are aware we skipped over an item. We're going back to it after this. Councillor Swift.
This is not pertaining exactly to this motion, but I'm just wondering, the Impresso one is cordoned off still, and I'm wondering what the situation is there.
They're waiting for this approval.
Okay.
Well.
Oh, okay.
You're holding it up.
Does staff want to add anything to that question? Sorry. Any questions on the two parklets? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. And my apologies, I missed part 2 of the rezone application for Comox Ave there. That council supports an application to be received for a 6-story building under the current OCP with inclusion of daycare and outdoor amenity space.
Moved.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Councillor Blacklock.
I had thought that they were going to wait for the enactment of the official community plan bylaw before they submit an application. So if that happens, will they be governed by the new OCP or the old OCP?
They could choose at that point, but their indication to us is that they would potentially like to move forward prior to the enactment of the OCP. So the new OCP, so this gives them confidence that council will accept their application as defined under the current OCP.
We'll follow up then. Would they be governed by the new DCC rate or the old DCC rate?
It depends on when their application gets in. I believe that you have 1 year from the enactment of the new ACCs and DCCs before you pay the rates. Yeah, I'll turn it over to Randy.
Thank you. Through the chair to the CAO, their application is actually in already. It's been in for a year or two. It's just, we don't consider it to be to our standards. So it's not complete in our eyes, but their application is in already, so.
And so is their their ACC and DCC rates are frozen from when their application came in?
I can get back to you on that, but I believe it's 1 year from the date of the adoption of the DCC bylaw.
So yeah, they will be paying the old rates. Unless if their application's been in stream now, anyway, they'll be paying the old rates unless we tell you otherwise.
So it makes sense though to have number 2 that council support an application, or is it like a reapplication? Does it matter?
No, it's number 2 is fine. Yeah.
Okay, so we have number 2 on the table. Questions, Councillor Mayor?
Yeah, would there be a reason to vote against this?
The reason to vote against this would be if you don't want to see a 6-story building on that site.
Okay, thank you for confirming that.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? And that passes. So now we are down. We got to scroll past next 2 to the subdivision servicing bylaw update on page 395. And we do have a presentation on this, and we are looking at first, second, and third reading, but it wouldn't be actually passed to our following August 13th meeting. Welcome back, Nancy.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. We're almost done. Okay. Not quite live yet on this pretty brief presentation for a very heavy attachment to your council report. So I don't blame you if you haven't read it cover to cover. So tonight we're just going to go over what the subdivision servicing bylaw, subdivision and development servicing bylaw is. The summary of the update, some of the big news, why MMCD, a little bit about engagement and what our next steps are. So you have a pretty old subdivision servicing bylaw in place dating back to 1983. It has had some updates along the way, but we have provided a brand new bylaw meeting sort of best practices and modern standards for a complete repeal and replace. The bylaw is really important to make sure that the level of services that you expect in the town are delivered at time of subdivision and development. And development is really building permit. So it's basically setting up those standards that are required. This is a housing accelerator fund initiative, and does need to be completed to make the terms of that funding this year. So our purpose is really to ensure that the town has long-lasting infrastructure as part of development. So some of the goals is to make the bylaw much clearer and simpler to understand, taking some of the processes that are currently in the existing bylaw that can be more of an administration document outside of the bylaw, so it's more succinct. And then we've got, just along the auspices of sort of procedure streamlining and more clarity for the development community as in terms of what is required of them. This particular phase of the subdivision servicing and development bylaw update does incorporate some of the new legislation that council has passed down regarding small scale multiple unit housing, and also a new provision for a servicing officer that can require road dedication and building permit, which is a new power provided by Bill 16. And we're also incorporating the master municipal construction documents, considered MMCD, which are basically creating provincial standards of a lot of the design guidelines and standards of documents across municipalities. But then it's also supported by supplemental design standards that are custom to the town of Comox. So we have the front end of the bylaw and the back end of the bylaw. And the front end of the bylaw is really about like the process and how you get your subdivision, when things are required, if additional excess and extended services are required. And then it also like would enable things like latecomer agreements if a developer needed to provide infrastructure that not only benefits that development, but other developments. It also has a provision for allowing discretion to staff, which is delegated to staff, to come up with alternative designs. So sometimes you have these great standards in place, but based on a unique situation, there might be another way to meet best engineering practice. So it gives them the ability to consider those. The bylaw also includes a new review and inspection fee that reflects best practices, and that is something that is omitted in your current process. So it leads you more towards cost recovery of the work that staff actually do. And this is something that is very common around the province and your neighboring municipalities as well. In terms of the standards and specifications, so we do have the MMCD design guidelines, which is a big change to the bylaw, and also something that's very well understood by the development community. And then most of the current bylaw has detailed engineering drawings that are in the existing bylaw. Many of them will be carried forward to the new bylaw. We also have landscape design, which is new, and recommended fiber optic installation guidelines. And now the Northeast Comox Stormwater Management Plan is also brought into the updated bylaw. And then we have an approved products list that will be an external reference to the document that's referenced within document. So if a new standard or a new type of light comes out, you don't have to do a bylaw amendment, for example. So we have the service guidelines as well based on road classification, and we have incorporated the road standards and cross sections based on council input. And then staff was also at the OCP engagement on the 24th of June as well, and was seeking input regarding sidewalks and road standards. And we've also included future condition road and sidewalk maps that staff have developed into the bylaw. So in terms of engagement, there was a presentation back in January with the development community regarding the bylaw and also providing input on the back end of the bylaw. A couple comments were received and were incorporated into the draft. We have also staff provided a notification out to the development community to look at this version of the bylaw and provide comments by the end of July. And we will report back if there's any comments received and recommended amendments when this bylaw comes before council for adoption. Within this report, we've also identified the need to create a cash in lieu policy and a latecomer policy. The cash in lieu policy would guide basically when an applicant was bringing forward cash and then how the municipality would manage and spend that. And the new bylaw also includes sort of a prorated fee associated with SHMU development to make it more viable based on the number of units that are coming in. So that would help guide that and set standard pricing, and a latecomer policy, which is associated with excess and extended services. And it's quite a complicated process. So having a policy to lay it out is really helpful. And then we'll also have the administration documents and application guides prepared so that there's guides to the applicants, checklists, and things like that that will help make the process more transparent and hopefully easier to understand. And then there's a recommendation to also amend fees and charges bylaw. There currently subdivision fees are within the development application procedures bylaw, and that they will move into a fees and charges bylaw. One of the next steps and another Housing Accelerator Fund initiative is an amended procedures bylaw, which will be coming to you soon. So that will all kind of package up all these changes, and we'll bring the bylaw back to council for final reading. And because of the half deadlines, we hope to be doing that in August as well. Does council have any questions at this time?
How exciting. Councillor Blacklock.
The cash in lieu policy, is that referring to the current 5% of land value before subdivision in lieu of a 5% parkland dedication?
Through the chair, quite often the 5% parkland dedication is a separate policy in itself. This would be more like when a developer doesn't have to pay frontage improvements because say that the town's expecting to do a street in the future, and it would be like, oh, well, there's no point doing, let's call it a sidewalk to nowhere, as they're often called. Let's take the cash, bundle that all up, and then do this frontage improvement comprehensively, and then that project will be managed by the town.
And latecomers, when we have a block or a fee simple parcel that has a subdivision planned running through it onto the next adjacent parcel, and then when the adjacent parcel develops, they have to pay the previous developer for their portion.
Through the chair, that's pretty much describing it. Anything that you're asking an applicant or owner to put in that benefits other properties under legislation, they have the ability to have a latecomer agreement. A lot of them, if it's worth not a ton of money, it's just easier for them sometimes just to put it in. But for access and extended services that cost a lot, then they're going to want the other benefiting parties to pay. And then there's this latecomer agreement process. And then what that does is it basically sits for 15 years.
Yeah.
So in that 15-year period, anyone else that benefits develops, they have to pay that back to that developer, and it kind of goes through the town.
So like say a stormwater detention pond that benefits multiple properties?
Through the chair, that
We'll
could
wait
be
15 years for their opportunity.
that could be access and extended services, and whether or not some people might wait 16 years to move forward with their development.
Just a question through the developer engagement that happened for a couple weeks. Was there any sticking points in the document that were amended or not amended that were kind of the biggest issues? Because looking at 225 pages, it's hard to know kind of where we're going to hear potentially the most feedback in the next month. So can you speak if there were any specific issues we should know were changed, or is specific issues that were not changed based on best practice?
Through the chair, the comments were on the back end. I believe they were incorporated, but I'm going to defer to staff just to confirm.
Yeah, generally they were incorporated. There were one or two that we felt worked the best options at the end of the day, in terms of of what the best for our infrastructure is going forward.
You just like give a really quick one line if they're top of
It had to do with where pipes were located in the road. For example, like it was the very technical back end thing, which is very engineering speak at the time. What's going out to the development community now is the front end of the document. So it's more the process, the procedure, the fees and charges associated.
Okay, so they haven't seen the front end.
They haven't seen the front end yet. They saw the back end back in at the start.
Yeah. Yeah.
The complaints aren't going to come around the back end, which was showed before, and the complaints that are going to come in around the front end are the costs.
Yeah, okay.
And
So-
it could potentially be how we're splitting up the parcels to say who pays what and that procedure, but I suspect that the concerns are going to be around the increased costs.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Counselor Grant, I apologize, I jumped in front of you. Any other questions or comments before we look at first, second, and third reading, but not final adoption? Nancy. Counselor Haslett.
I'd like to move first, second, and third reading.
Okay, we'll have Nancy sit down. Thank you again, or I'm not sure how long you're planning on staying for, but okay, we have first, second, and third reading. It's been moved and seconded. And any questions or comments? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. And that number 2, that a latecomer and cash in lieu policy be developed for council consideration.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on number 2? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. There are no notices of motion. We have 4 items in correspondence because we've added one. So we'll go with page 623. We have the letter from Mike Hoy, Secretary Treasurer of Comox Fire Protection Improvement District, with a recommendation on the future of the Comox Fire Protection Improvement District, specifically the site of the old fire hall. CAO Wall, did you want to speak to this?
Sure. Yeah, so the Fire Protection District, I think, has taken a look at the cost of their portion of the fire hall and is considering the value that they have in this property as a way to help pay for their portion of it. Council has spoken about this property being a potential site for a future affordable housing development. Right now, there's outstanding council direction for us to compile a list of potential properties that could be used for affordable housing. My suggestion would be just wait until that process is done and that report comes back to consider the future of this site.
And we would send a letter kind of with the timeline saying we're looking at a process in the fall and or whatever date that looks like to.
Yeah,
to my
Chief Schreiner has a really good relationship with the Fire Protection Improvement District, and he is on vacation and is not here at a council meeting for the first time in a long time, but we will make sure that he is aware, and I'm sure he will continue the collaboration that we have with the Fire Protection District.
But we would send a formal letter to be.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
I'll move receipt.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Do we need a motion to send a follow-up letter to kind of stall? Okay. Okay, all those in favor of receipt? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. We have on page 624, the letter from Tracy Stoddart, board member for Pride Society of the Comox Valley for the Pride flag raising request, August 22nd, 2025.
Second.
Perfect. That's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on that request? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. On page 626, we have the request from Val Greenlaw, Poppy Chair, for the Legion for permission for November 11th, 2025 ceremony and flyby.
Move receipt and grant request.
Thanks. So that's moved and seconded. Any questions or comments on that request? All those in favor? Opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Nice and early for November. We have the letter from Chair Cole Hamilton from the Regional District. This came from a request from Inspector Mercer from the RCMP following the tragic death of the 17-year-old earlier this month at the lake at it's called Devil's Letter. The RCMP is looking for support from the regional district to go and look for additional funding from the province, as there was a pool of money that came out and they feel like the Comox Valley could use more to be doing those patrols out at the lake. All the other leaders in the last week said they were okay with the letter, but because we had a council meeting, I thought I would just give you the quick opportunity to say we're signing on, as because this could lead to future discussion with RCMP about member numbers, etc. So I just wanted to put it on the board.
Move receipt and that we grant the request or sign the
Or sign
letter.
the letter. Perfect. That's been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Again, it's requesting $7,000 towards seasonal policing during the summer for safety.
Sorry, just a general request or a general question here. I didn't think the regional district paid into the RCMP. So should this not be going for Comox, or does it matter?
For
that we're
advocacy
sending
to
it?
the province, so.
So I'm just curious on how that all breaks down. So
It's for funding from the provincial police service, and the regional district does pay, it's just a different model and it's less, that's all we know. That's all they tell me. Okay, it sounds like all those in favor of Comox signing the letter for that request. Opposed? And that is unanimous. I'm losing track here. We have no late items, reports from council. If there are any items that are new information to share, but not necessarily meetings attended, we will try to go quickly on this. We will go to Councillor Blacklock and then Councillor Swift and down the table.
I have nothing to share for this council meeting. I have been away from Comox for the last few weeks.
Councillor Swift.
I have many events to share, but I won't give you the details of that given the lateness of this meeting. But I was standing in for our mayor for June and got to go to many events. The only thing I would really like to report on, though, is at the Sewage Commission yesterday, where we were reminded that two-way traffic will be implemented for the August long weekend so that people will be able to get in and out of Comox. So starting on the Thursday prior to the long weekend, we will have two-way traffic until the end of the weekend. And then they will go back to unidirectional. But in the meantime, we'll have lots of opportunity to go back and forth.
Thank you. And then here when it's closed again, Councillor Haslett.
2 more Nautical Days meetings left next week, and then I believe just the Wednesday before the event. Come on out and see us. And with respects to the two-way traffic, I hope that the town can make sure that we pump that as much as humanly possible to drive people into our core.
We'll go online to Councillor Kerr.
Nothing tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Well, I have things to report, but they're all in camera, so I'll have to wait until I can give them to you, but they're all good news.
I just have the usual food policy museum stuff, so nothing outstanding.
Yes, I just only had events and I was trying to recall what I did, but Councillor Swift reminded me I was away for 2 or 3 weeks. So that explains why I have no memory of of that. Just a reminder, because we likely have a special council meeting next week, but basically Nautical Days, August 2nd to 4th, and Philbrook Festival, August 1st to 4th is before our next council meeting. So a reminder to share any of the events out in the community, and it's a really exciting weekend for us in Comox, and CAO Wall would like to speak.
Yeah, thanks. Council, there are Nautical Day meetings next Wednesday and the Wednesday after 23rd and 30th. We need to schedule a special meeting to deal with both the Aspen sidewalk design and approving. Oh, that was, yeah, sorry. We only need to schedule a really quick special meeting to adopt the e-scooters, and we can do that during the daytime because I think that'll be fast. Never mind.
Unless
Sorry.
anyone wants to reconsider.
That's 2 I got remembered wrong already.
Okay, I think that was it for council reports. There are no media questions. Any questions from the public? Come on up, Alex.
I know. For those of you who don't know, I'm Alex Yeager. I'm the Executive Director of the D'Astaire Seniors Center Association. Just wanted to correct the record. It is next year in 2026 that we are celebrating our 50-year partnership with the town and the opening of our building here at 1801 Beaufort. So I'd welcome council's participation in that milestone through planning this fall. Tonight, I'm here to speak to the draft OCP and the future of the town-owned building that we occupy. So just a quick snapshot, again, over 1,300 members, about 12% of Comox residents aged 55 plus and still growing. And that's without any sort of marketing. And this is what I presented to council at March 5th council meeting. In the draft OCP, the Comox's dependency ratio is 84.7, the highest in the region, over 30 points above the BC average, signaling rising demand for older adult services. My understanding is that draft OCP redesignates our town-owned parcel as mid-rise mixed use up to 6 stories. The Downtown Enhancement Action Plan presented to council on August 7th, 2024. Says the town could vend such land to finance a new civic center concept. The draft OCP explicitly guarantees space for other not-for-profits, but does not provide any parallel policy ensuring seniors can keep an equivalent facility. So the ask or the question is, what concrete steps and timeline will council incorporate into the next version of the OCP before the first reading this fall to guarantee that prior to any rezoning, sale, or redevelopment of the current Comox Senior Center site, the town and D'Astaire Senior Center Association will secure funding, location, and design for a purpose-built recreation center that preserves our specialized studios and at minimum, our present floor area.
I appreciate the question and advocacy. I will look to staff, but I will also say it might be easier, only because we've been 4.5 hours to bring this offline and have a good conversation to make sure I think everyone around this table values what D'Astaire does and knows our demographic, but would this be offline or is there a
I think
relatively simple answer to that?
both. I think what Mayor Minion said is that there's no intention to move forward without the D'Astaire Center as a partnership as we go. I think the sort of specific list of all the things to be kept, I think that's the discussion that needs to happen. And you and I have started that discussion in preliminary phases. It hasn't progressed recently, just moving through and getting all of these things done, but targeting that civic center and how that's going to look and what that's going to look like is important. But we also staff also needs to take a step back and look at the decisions that council made in the OCP today, which I think included reducing the height south of Comox Ave. So that may delay redevelopment as well. So there's a whole bunch of stuff we need to look at. And I appreciate the concern that you have because your building is included in that. But we don't intend to move forward without the D'Astaire as a partner as we do this.
So thanks so much.
So those conversations will continue. Thank you. Any other questions from the public? Bob, Mel, come on up. If you don't mind using the mic.
The little Aspen Park that was mentioned tonight became a reality because the people of Comox got right on board and saved it. So my question is, because we're supposed to ask a question, and I don't expect you to answer this, I just want you maybe to think about it. Every decision you make has an effect on the environment. And I'm bringing this up tonight because our minister of whatever told us that even that little drip in our faucet adds up to to help create the drought. So everything we do means something. And I hope you take seriously the environment when you're thinking about things like pavement and cement. Thank you. That's a question
that we're going to ponder. Okay, it looks like there's no further public questions. Maybe we can talk one-on-one with Mel on that pondering question on the environment there. I will move for termination at 9:28. All those in favor of termination? Perfect. And thank you so much for staff for sticking around till 9:30 this evening. And thanks